All right, looks like we're about to get started here, folks. Good morning. Glad to see everybody. Um, I apologize if I won't be giving a lot of commentary to start with because I just rushed home from the gym. Uh, so I have a couple of things that I've got to just get ducks in a row behind the scenes here, but I'll keep this running before I share. So I'm going to have to kind of pull a BHB for a minute here. I apologize, but I'll be with you throughout the duration of the day. That's for sure, as long as this is going on. But I'm glad everyone's here. Thanks for joining me. I would tell you guys to hit the like, but for some, I don't know if it's a glitch or what's going on, but for some reason I have an ass ton of likes. And I don't know where they came from for this live. So
all rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, I have over 400 likes and I don't know where they came from. But hit the like anyway. I don't know what's going on. Well, it doesn't add up, Gerda, because I have over 400 likes and 50 people in here watching. So that can't be right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our day again as we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right. When we took our break on Friday, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Dr. Susan Ignacio.
Dr. Ignacio, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
And then the witness stands right there.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. All right, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Susan Ignacio, SUSANIGNACIO.
Dr. Ignacio, what is your occupation?
I'm an associate medical examiner
Where is that?
at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office in Largo, Florida.
Okay. Can you give the
All
jury
right, brace yourselves, folks,
your
because this could
employment
be
history, basically,
very,
as an
very
assistant medical examiner?
ugly.
In a year
Her testimony. She's a medical examiner in Florida.
Fellowship in forensic pathology in Miami. I did a year in District 5, that's in Leesburg, Florida. And then after that, I worked at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office, and it's been approximately 23 years.
23 years as a associate medical examiner?
Yes.
What do you do as an associate medical examiner?
We determine the cause and manner of death by performing autopsies or external examinations of a dead person.
Okay. Do you have specific education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
4 years of med school.
I
5
did see
years
that
of general
TPAC.
pathology,
Um,
a year of forensic pathology.
I'm not going to focus too
I
much on
went to
stuff
med
like
school in
that.
the Philippines,
That's just
and
her
then
trying
I
to
did
convince
my
the
5
jury that she's
years
crazy.
of
She's
general
not.
pathology
And I'm
in
not going to let her
Jackson Memorial
sensationalize this
Hospital
like
in
Richard
Miami,
Ramirez.
and then a year of
No.
forensic pathology in the Miami-Dade
She's
Medical
trash.
Examiner's Office.
Do you also participate in training that allows you to stay current on your job?
Yes.
Tell the jury some of that, please.
Every year we attend meetings, conferences by the National Association of Medical Examiners and the Florida Association of Medical Examiners.
Are you licensed?
Yes,
Tell the jury about that.
my license?
Yeah. I mean, what state are you licensed?
Oh, I'm licensed in Florida.
How long have you been licensed in Florida?
24 years, I think.
Do you have certifications that you hold as a part of your job?
Yes, we have to take a board exam after after my general pathology residency. I had to take a board exam that's in anatomic pathology. So I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, and then I had to take a board exam after my forensic pathology. So I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
Okay. How long have you held that certification?
20 years,
Okay. Quite a long time.
yes.
How many autopsies have you performed as an associate medical examiner?
At least 6,000.
Wow. that's
Have
a
you
lot.
testified as an expert witness in a court proceeding?
Yes.
Can you give the jury a rough estimate as to how many times you've testified as an expert?
I don't know. It's too many to count.
Can you give the jury an impression of where you've testified as an expert? And what I mean by where is which courts?
Mostly in Florida, or all in Florida, in Miami, Pinellas and Pasco counties. Those are my counties in District 6. I testified in federal court in Tampa, which is Hillsborough County. When I used to work in District 5, there are 5 counties, so I testified in those 5 courthouses. Volusia County, which is Daytona Beach, and Miami-Dade.
Okay, so am I right to understand that you've testified as an expert witness in both federal court and in state court,
Yes.
all in Florida?
Yes.
At this time, I would move to have Dr. Ignacio qualified as an expert witness in forensic pathology.
Defense?
Objection.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Ignacio, I want to have you go back to March of 2020. Were you helping out in Santa Rosa County for any autopsies that they needed at that time?
Yes.
Did you get involved in an autopsy of a young child by the name of Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how that happened, how you got involved in that?
We were helping District 1, which is in Pensacola. We were covering that district, so I happened to be working that week there.
And what were the, I guess, the initial information that you got before you performed that autopsy?
I was told that there was a decomposed body of a child found inside a suitcase underneath the highway.
Were you able to see some pictures of that body as it was recovered underneath that bridge?
Yes, I saw the scene photos.
And then the body that was brought to you for the autopsy process, was it the same body that you were able to visually observe in those photographs from the scene under the bridge?
Yes.
What date did you actually perform the autopsy?
On March 18.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibits 144 through 180?
You may go ahead.
First, in Your Honor, can I stand here for just a moment? while I
Yeah,
go
that's
through
fine.
These bigger diagrams. I'm showing you what's first been marked as 144. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is 144?
that's my body diagram.
Is this taken directly from your autopsy report?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the overall body diagram that you generated for this autopsy?
Yes.
And then 145 and 146, do you recognize these items?
Yes.
145, what does it appear to be? This is the top one.
Yeah, that's the diagram of the head.
Did you prepare this when you prepared your autopsy report in this case?
Yes,
And then 146, do you recognize this?
yes.
What is 146?
It's the diagram of the top of the head, the skull, and under the chin.
Is it, did you prepare this the same time as you performed or prepared the autopsy report for this case?
Yes,
Are these exhibits 144, 145, and 146 fair and accurate representations of the diagrams you prepared?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for admission of 144, 145, and 146.
Defense?
No objection, Judge.
You will have to submit copies of those for uploading after the case is done, because obviously you can't do those. So, but other than that, 144, 145, and 146 are admitted. Go ahead.
And then, Doctor, while I'm gonna set these diagrams up, if you could look through the rest, 147 through 180, I believe it is. Will you flip through those and tell me when you're done looking at those?
Okay,
Have you had a chance to look through all of those, Doctor?
yes.
What do all of 147 through 180 appear to be?
These are the photographs of the decedent.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw when you performed the autopsy on March 18th of 2020 on the young child Gannon Stauch?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for admission of 147 through 180.
Mr. Cook.
No objection.
It's 147 through 180 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
So Dr. Ignacio, I've got 147 on the board behind you, and then to help the jury understand what we're looking at here, if you need to reference any of the body diagrams, please just let us know which body diagram that we need to have up on the easel. And then we'll use that to coincide with what we have in the photographs up on the screen. Is that okay?
Okay.
So in People's 147, is that a picture from the scene underneath the bridge of the boy that was eventually identified as Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And is that the same child that you performed the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes.
Okay. You could advance to 148. So we're looking at People's Exhibit 148 now on the screen. Let's just go preliminarily. Are there very apparent signs of decomposition visible in People's Exhibit 148?
Yes.
Can you just describe, so that the jury understands what it is that you are calling that decomposition?
Yeah,
The whole body
I'm
looks
not showing
decomposed. It
that.
doesn't look like, normal fresh body. You
Sorry,
see
I'm not showing
a
that.
brown gray discoloration on the skin. The right hand, you can already see the bones because it's starting to decompose the skin.
Dr. Ignacio, that red handle thing is a pointer. I see that you're
Oops.
pointing with your hand. That may help you, may not. It's up to you.
Okay.
And the tip of that thing pops off just to keep you on your toes, doctor.
So you can see that the right hand, you're already losing some skin there, so the bone's exposed. You're already seeing bone here because the skin's already decomposed and disappeared, brown discoloration all over.
And then there's black linear lines in the abdomen and chest area, and also on the, I guess would be the left hip there. Are those also signs of decomposition, or what does that appear to be?
Yes, I think it looks like, could be from the clothing.
Okay. So clothing can have an effect on a body as it's decomposing as well?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a measurement device there in People's Exhibit 148 as well. Is
Yes.
there a wound apparent in People's Exhibit 148 that you can point out for the jury?
Yes,
And if you need to stand up, you can feel free.
There's a laceration here on the left chest. Right, this one here. You can't really see it clearly because of the decomposition. The lines are ill-defined. There's a wound here, a wound here. Here. There's another wound up here.
And then as we go through these photos, is it a wide angle shot like this where you can see sort of contextually where a wound might be, and then it zooms in closer in the next photo?
Yes.
All right. When you say a laceration, just so that we're all on the same
So
page.
it's
Yeah.
not a laceration, it's a sharp force injury.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to ask you about. A sharp force injury, what does that mean when a person like you, a medical examiner, says that?
It's a wound caused by a sharp object like a knife or a blade.
Okay. And can you tell us, generally speaking, we're going to look at a number of these sort of sharp force injuries. Are these deep injuries, shallow injuries, generally speaking?
It depends. Some could be shallow, superficial, or they can be deep.
And that's as apparent in this particular autopsy as well. Some are deeper than others.
Yes.
Okay. If we could go on to 149. Is 149 a close-up of what we just looked at in 148?
Yes, this is a close-up.
So can you tell us, as we look at that, how we understand that to be a sharp force injury? What about it tells us that?
Looking at the wound here, you can't really tell it clearly, but when it went into the rib, the third rib, you could see that it's a sharp, like clean cut line because it hit the rib and the space between the two ribs, which is called the intercostal space where there's muscle. So that wound there looks like a knife wound or something that's sharp, caused by something sharp.
Did the decomposition state of this body cause some difficulty in identifying injuries that might have been contributing to what caused the death in this case?
Some of them.
Okay. Now, if we can move on to 150.
This is another sharp force injury. And you can see that it doesn't really look like a sharp force injury because it's got jagged edges from the decomposition. But then you can see the wound inside that it was just like a linear, straight, clean cut wound.
If we could go on to 151.
And that's a close-up of the wound.
So let's talk, now that we're seeing this one close up, this looks almost like a hole in the body as opposed to a slit or a slice or maybe even a stab. Tell the jury why that might be for this particular injury and how you can still call this a sharp force injury.
Yes, if you look at the skin here where it was cut, it's clean, it's a straight line. But because of decomposition, there's stretching of the skin and it loses elasticity. So that's why it looks round and not slit-like. Like this one is another wound that looks like a sharp force injury. You can see that it's got sharp tips. That looks like a knife wound.
Okay. If we can move on to 152, I believe the numbering is.
So there's another sharp force injury in the chest, the left chest, and you can see that it's also elongated. That didn't enter the chest cavity, but just hit the muscle, the pectoralis muscle.
Okay, and then 153.
That's a close-up. You can see that it's got a clean line there. Straight edge.
Okay, and then these measuring devices that we see in these photographs, does that help us give an idea as to how long a particular wound might be?
Yes.
Okay. 154.
Showing the sharp force injury that's like right above the clavicle on the left.
One thing I want to have you point out in this particular photo, Dr. Ignacio, is there's a blurred area on this particular photo. Has that been altered?
Yes.
Does that just, if it had been unblurred, would show the victim's face?
Yes.
And is this just to be more sensitive to the victim and potentially the jurors as we're watching this or looking at these?
Yes.
155.
This just shows you a close-up view of the same one that was above the clavicle, left clavicle.
And this one again looks almost roundish. How can you tell and how can we understand this to be a sharp force injury as well?
The edges are clean and straight. It's not jagged. And the wound that was in the muscle was also straight.
Okay. 156.
This one shows you another sharp force injury in the left upper arm that's near the armpit right there.
And 157.
And this is a close-up view.
So now that we've seen several of these sharp force injuries where they're almost pulled open and in a rounded appearance, is that basically what you testified to earlier, that as the skin is shrinking and pulling away, that it pulls the wound open more than it would have if we were close in time to when these injuries occurred?
Yes.
Okay. 158.
Here's another sharp force injury on the left wrist region.
And this one we can now see must have been taken before the clothing was taken off the body. You can see some of the clothing that the victim was wearing. Is that likely what the person was wearing when they died?
Yes,
How can you tell that?
because of all the fluids, decomposition fluids, the coloring, the clothing.
We had a crime scene technician from Santa Rosa testify late last week that also testified that there were defects in the clothing indicating that there were these slices or sharp object cuts into the fabric that coincided with the injuries we see on the body. Did you notice that as well?
Yes.
Okay. 159.
159 is a close-up view of the wound on the left upper arm, like near the axilla.
Okay. In all of these injuries that we're looking at, are all of those injuries marked on that body diagram that you have up on the easel there, which
Yes.
is 144?
Yes.
Okay. We could go to 161. Is that right? 160, my apologies. What are we looking at in 160?
So this is a photograph of the left hand, and it kind of covers, the ruler covers it, but there's another cut here. Sharp force injury.
Then moving on to 161.
And this is the right hand, the back of the right hand. And you can see here that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 wounds here. And you can see like the edges are clean cut caused by a sharp object.
And we're looking at these in conjunction with the last photo of the arm and then this one here with hands. When we're talking about cuts to the hands in the forearm areas of Gannon Stauch, how would you characterize those types of wounds?
They're consistent with defensive wounds,
Okay.
trying to protect yourself.
Indicating that potentially Gannon was putting his hands up to guard against whatever was happening,
Yes,
and then they get cut in the process of that.
yes.
Okay. 162, please.
This one shows, excuse me, this one shows the right hand, like the palmar aspect of the right hand. And this is another cut in the middle finger, right middle finger.
163.
Same photo, right there.
Okay, and this is
This
just
is the ring finger.
right.
This is the, oh, sorry. No, sorry, that's the middle finger and the ring finger's right here.
Okay. And then you're just pulling the fingertip back to be able to see that particular cut more towards the, I guess, the pad of the fingertip.
Yes.
164, please.
So we're looking at his back, and there's a sharp force injury on the left upper back, right there.
This sharp force injury to the upper back, was this one of the deeper sharp force injuries that you were able to document that Gannon suffered?
Yes, it fractured the left sixth rib, and it also penetrated the left fifth intercostal space. So that's the space between the fifth and sixth ribs.
Does that then cause, I guess, entry into, I guess, the back side of the chest cavity? Does it go that deep?
Yes, it does enter the chest cavity.
165.
And that's a close-up view of the back injury.
Again, is this a sharp force injury similar to the other sharp force injuries we've been looking at this morning?
Yes.
166.
So there's another sharp force injury here. Another one here.
Would this be essentially the back side of Gannon's left shoulder?
Yes. So this wound ended in the scapula. It hit the bone here, so it just went through the bone, the shoulder blade. And then this one went deeper into the shoulder joint, the left shoulder joint, about 4 inches deep.
4 inches deep, you said?
Yes.
167, please. This is a close-up of that more shallow injury, and then the other deeper one is apparent sort of to the left of that.
Yes.
There appears to be some black fiber there. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It could be from his jacket or t-shirt.
So basically fibers from clothing.
Yes.
Is it common for fibers from clothing to get caught up in wounds when there's these sharp force injuries that travel from outside of clothing through the clothing and into the body?
Yes.
168.
This is another view of the top of the shoulder where you can see the injury that went into the shoulder joint.
169.
That's a close-up view. And you know that it's a sharp force injury because it's got clean edges here.
So when you're pointing at those, what you call clean edges, to me, it doesn't necessarily look that way, but I'm not in your shoes with your expertise. Those edges that you're pointing at, is that where the skin would have met before being sliced open?
Yes, this is fat, subcutaneous tissue underneath the skin. So these are the skin edges, but they just like, stretched and separated. But this is where it was cut.
And is this that deeper injury that you mentioned just a moment ago?
Yes,
To the, basically the top, maybe backish part of his left shoulder?
it entered the shoulder joint.
Okay. 170?
This one is a blurred photo of another sharp force injury on the left forearm.
The inside of the left forearm?
Yes,
And then this one also has a blurred area sort of in the groin area. Do you see that?
yes,
Is that blurred out just for sensitivity's sake?
yes.
171.
And that's a close-up view. So you can see it's got another sharp edge and you've just got tissue that's coming out from the wound, but that's the cut edge right here.
Okay. And this is on the, what I would describe as inside of the left wrist, is that right?
Yes,
Or forearm area?
yes.
172. What are we looking at in 172?
So this is the head and you're looking at the left side, the ear is right here. So there's a cut right in the posterior or the back part of the ear on the scalp.
173.
And a close-up view, the cut.
Let's talk, since we're now seeing for the first time head injuries. Can you tell the jury, just so that we're all clear, do head injuries have a tendency to bleed heavier than other types of injuries that a human could sustain?
Yes, there's a lot of blood vessels in the scalp.
And does that cause more bloodletting, potentially staining of scenes where blood is coming out of a person?
Yes.
174.
We're looking at the right side of the head and we're trying to show, this time it's a laceration. It's not caused by a sharp object. It's caused by a blunt object. So we call them lacerations because it's so hard to see because it's decomposed, but the edges are jagged and underneath the skin, you can still see what they call tissue bridging. That means it wasn't completely cut. Like with a knife, you can completely cut the skin and the subcutaneous tissue, but with blunt trauma, with a blunt object, you may still see some tissue that's not separated yet. So this is a laceration on the right temporal region.
So would this be basically right side of the head towards almost a little bit to the back of the head there?
Yes, the ear is right here, right ear, and then you can see that there's a wound here.
Okay. 175.
And here you can see the wound. I don't know if you can see it, but that's the wound right here. And you can see like the edges are not like a knife wound.
So these injuries, as you look at them as the expert in this, the edges are different to you from what we've seen before from the sharp force injuries.
Yes.
And then when we talk about a blunt force injury like this, what kind of things can cause a blunt force injury like these?
Any blunt object like a bat, piece of wood, hammer.
Could even the butt of a gun?
Yes.
176.
So this is another laceration that's on the top of the head.
And when you say laceration, are we again talking about another blunt force injury
Yes.
to the top of Gannon's head?
Yes, and then this is the skull, the bone right here, and there are no fractures.
Okay. 170, is it 77? 177?
So this is the one we were looking at previously, and then there were other two lacerations on the top of the head.
And again, just so that we're clear, when we say other two lacerations on the top of the head, are those other two also blunt force injuries?
Yes, and you can see that the edges are jagged. It's not like a clean cut. So that's why I called it laceration.
Okay. 178?
So when we peel the scalp, remember the laceration that was on the right temporal region behind the ear? These are skull fractures right here. And then some of the bone fell, and you can see some brain tissue, decomposed brain. So this is a fracture, 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 fracture.
When we talk about this area of the skull, you use the word temporal. Does that to layperson mean temple area basically extending to the back area?
Yes,
Is that bone thinner than other parts of the skull on the head?
yes, the temporal bone is, but it also involves the other bones.
And so what I'm driving at is, would it take a lot of force to cause these types of fractures through a blunt force strike?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, since we've moved past the sharp force injuries and now we've looked at all of the blunt force injuries in these photographs, how many sharp force injuries did Gannon suffer that you were able to document in your autopsy?
I counted 18.
And then as it relates to the number of blunt force injuries that Gannon suffered, how many did those occur?
4 lacerations.
4 lacerations that coincide with blunt force injury?
Yes.
Okay. If we could move on to 179. What are we looking at in 179?
So this is the left side of the face. Here's the ear, head, eye area. This is the jaw. The left side of the jaw, lower jaw. And there's a hole right here.
What caused that hole?
This is due to a gunshot wound.
180?
And this is a close-up gunshot wound.
Is it typical, doctor, when you document a gunshot to try to figure out path the bullet traveled as it entered into a human victim?
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
yes.
Can you describe, either using the diagrams or just through words, however you want to do it, can you describe the path that this particular bullet took through Gannon as it entered his body?
I think we should use,
Okay, I'll come over and help.
oh, it's not really.
Which one do you want? 46, 145? 145? Make it easier on our jury, we also got the shortest easel we could find. So I'm gonna hold this up actually, doctor, if that's
I
okay.
can go down.
That's, well, they won't be able to see it.
Ah,
They're
okay.
back there.
So the entrance gunshot wound was in the left side of the jaw, lower jaw, the mandible. This entered the oral cavity. It hit the cervical, this second and third cervical vertebrae. So it went to the back. It crossed the midline, and I recovered the projectile. It didn't enter the skull, the cranial cavity, so I recovered it on the right side where the muscles are of the neck. So there was a projectile that went from left to right and then front to back.
And then, so when you recovered the projectile, was it still in the, basically the muscle tissue in the back of the head?
Yes.
Okay. So, doctor, you can sit back down if you'd like. When we're talking about the types of injuries that Gannon, that you were able to identify as, that Gannon had suffered, 18 sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force lacerations, and then one gunshot through the chin. Does that indicate to you that there's some progression that these injuries had to occur in?
Yes.
Tell the jury what we mean by that and what it is that you're using to rely on and make that conclusion.
Um, regarding the sharp force injuries coming first.
Well, do you know which one came first?
I don't really know, but I'm thinking that it's the sharp force injuries because he could still defend himself. And then I don't know which one came first, the gunshot wound or the blunt trauma to the head, which caused fractures of his skull and bleeding in his brain.
So the best that you can tell is that sharp force injuries occurred before gunshot. Is that right?
Yes.
But it's unclear whether blunt force or gunshot, which one of those occurred first.
Yes.
Does that indicate some period of time to achieve all of those injuries for whoever was attacking him?
Yes.
The fact that there's 18 sharp force injuries
Yes.
and then 4 blunt force injuries
Yes.
and then a gunshot that entered into the lower left chin and traveled through the oral cavity and all that.
Yes.
What were you able to rule as the cause and manner of death for Gannon and Stauch?
My cause of death was gunshot wound and blunt head trauma of the head.
Were there contributing factors to the cause of death?
Yes. Sharp force injuries.
Those 18 sharp force injuries that we talked about?
Yes.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Is it typical, doctor, that you perform a toxicology test as well
Yes.
when you do an autopsy?
Yes.
What is the purpose of doing a toxicology report?
We do it in all violent deaths, and it's to determine whether there were any drugs or what drugs were in the system.
Was that performed on Gannon and Stauch?
Yes.
Was there anything unusual detected in Gannon and Stauch at the time of autopsy?
There were some drugs, or there was a drug that was present.
Okay, so let's talk first. Acetaminophen, a typical over-the-counter medication, was that found in Gannon?
Yes.
Would that be anything unusual that a child would have potentially residual acetaminophen at the time of autopsy?
If maybe the patient the decedent at that time was having a fever or pain, they would give them acetaminophen or Tylenol.
Would that be common though? In an 11-year-old to find that in a body potentially?
Not, you don't always see that.
Okay. What other things did you find in Gannon's bodily tissues?
He also had hydrocodone in the liver tissue.
All right, so let's talk about hydrocodone. What is hydrocodone?
Hydrocodone is a narcotic analgesic. It's a drug used for pain, and that is also found in cough medications because it's supposed to suppress your cough.
Is hydrocodone a controlled substance?
Yes, you need a prescription for that.
So I can't just go to Walgreens without a prescription and buy hydrocodone?
Yes.
Is it indicated as highly addictive?
Yes, you can be dependent on it.
What are the effects of hydrocodone on a human?
Depending on the dosage, you can initially become drowsy, lightheaded, dizziness, and if you take a higher dose, it could lead to respiratory depression, or you'll have problems breathing. You'll have lethargy, coma, and eventually death.
Was it unusual, in your opinion, to find hydrocodone in a child of 11 years old, like we did here in Gannon's death?
Yes, I found it unusual.
Is that because of all of those issues you just described?
Yes, and if it was for a cough, you would give something that didn't have the, narcotic analgesic in it.
Typically, people would not.
Yes, that wouldn't be the first line of choice.
Okay. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Me.
Go ahead, doctor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Ignacio.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm a defense attorney in this case. I'm going to ask some follow-up questions. Were you able to tell the blunt head trauma injuries, the three on the top of the head you were discussing? Can you tell the jury if those were post-mortem or pre-mortem?
They were pre-mortem.
Pre-mortem. And by that, you mean before death?
Yes.
Okay. At one point during your investigation, were you kind of unsure whether the blunt force trauma had happened before or after Gannon had died?
No.
Okay. And the injuries that you noted in your report and during the autopsy, they would indicate that this was a violent death.
Yes.
Okay. Also, it looked like a lot of the injuries, the blunt force injuries, the sharp force injuries, it looks like it was just a random act, whereas there's no pattern to it. You have injuries to the head, you have injuries to the body. Some are deep, some are shallow. It indicates that this was a random attack, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was no pattern to it.
Yes.
Would the blood force injuries, were they fatal by themselves?
Yes, they could be.
Okay. And you say the gunshot was fatal in and of itself as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did the bullet from the gunshot, I can't remember what you said, did it enter into the cranial vault?
It did not.
It did not. Okay. And the mechanism for death with the gunshot, it was that it severed the spinal cord or some vertebrae?
Yes.
Okay. And what would have been the mechanism for death with the blood force injuries? Would that have been bleeding or hemorrhaging in the brain? What would that have been?
Yes, there was hemorrhage in the brain.
Okay. When you're doing investigation and autopsies and looking at toxicology reports, did you go back or did your office or did you receive any information about whether Gannon had had a prescription for cough syrup or cough medicine that contained any hydrocodone?
No, I didn't inquire.
Okay. So it is possible that he could have had a medication or a prescription from a doctor to assist with the cough.
It's possible.
And if he had had a prescription for a opiate-based cough syrup or cough medicine, then it would follow that it would show up in his blood or his toxicology results.
Yes.
Could any of the injuries noted have happened? There's evidence that there was a suitcase that he was in. He was, the suitcase was thrown off an overpass of a highway near Pensacola. Is there any way that some of the injuries could have been caused by the impact of the suitcase hitting the ground?
Like which injuries?
The blunt force trauma injuries.
No, they were on the top of the
The
head.
top of the head.
No.
Okay. In a lot of injuries, doctor, you'll see stippling or powder burns on the skin where a bullet where a projectile enter. Did you note any of that, any of those type of injuries on Mr. Gannon?
I didn't see any stippling, but
Okay.
it's also because of decomposition. I might not be able to see it.
And that was my next question. Would decomposition, even if it had originally been there, would it make that disappear or decay?
Maybe.
Maybe. So what I'm getting at is, were you able to make any type of conclusion as to the distance the gun was from the body when it was discharged?
No.
Okay. Were any of the sharp force injuries, were any of them in and of themselves fatal?
Because of the decomposition, I couldn't really tell. I mean, when I looked at the lungs, because I was thinking it would penetrate the lungs, I didn't see any injuries, but because there was decomposition, it was hard to see. So I couldn't really tell with the injuries that went into the chest cavity.
So I guess all you can say is it's possible. Is it possible that some or one or more of these sharp force injuries were fatal?
Yes, it could be fatal if left unattended.
Okay. And it looks like in your report, you look for organs, you remove some of them, you measure the contents of fluids in different organs and that sort of thing. It looks like in your report, it mentions that you couldn't find a pancreas. Is that because Gannon did not have a pancreas, or because it had just decayed to the point of being able to identify it?
Yes, decomposition.
Composition. So a lot of this stuff, a lot of the organs and whatnot in Gannon, they had decayed to the point where you couldn't identify him anymore.
Yes.
Okay. And is that typical for a body that had the history of exposure to the elements?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment, doctor. Oh, thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cook was just asking you some questions about the sharp force injuries. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And couldn't tell whether those could have been fatal on their own or not due to the decomposition.
Yes, but I think I said something I forgot. I couldn't tell, but then you could die from injuries into the chest cavity if left unattended.
Is that why you determined that the sharp force injuries were contributing factors to the death of Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
The fact that this body was put into a suitcase and thrown over a bridge, does that indicate to you that this was an attempt to hide this type of evidence, the evidence that we're finding from these injuries?
I think if you can lay a little bit of foundation about what expertise you might have in that regard.
Okay.
Let's try that first.
Yeah, sure. So doctor, when we're talking about investigations into deaths of persons, especially I guess in Florida where there's lots of waterways and that kind of thing, is it common to find bodies that have been disposed of into waterways or bayous or marshy areas in Florida?
Yes, we have had some deaths.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We have had some deaths found in bodies of water.
Is it typical in your expertise to find that a person may have been murdered in one place and then intentionally moved to another place like a waterway or bayou or marshy area to make it harder for authorities to find and examine the body?
Yes.
Okay. Was that apparent in this case? That a
Yes.
body had been moved some distance in mileage and then pitched over a bridge into a potentially marshy and watery area?
Yes.
And so does the fact that that occurred here indicate to you, in your expert opinion, that there was also the attempt to hide this body from authorities, so it wouldn't be detected and examined to determine how this person died.
Yes,
Is that an intentional act?
yes,
I would object.
Overruled.
You were asked by Mr. Cook about stippling, so let's talk and so the jury understands what stippling is. Is stippling essentially powder burns on the surface of skin that would be caused by somebody shooting a gun at somebody in close proximity to that skin?
yes, usually 2 inches to 2 feet from the skin. The gun would be 2 inches to 2 feet from the body. And so you would see the gunpowder leave marks, little pinpoint marks on the skin.
These powder burns, are these expelled out of the barrel of the firearm when it's fired?
Yes,
If somebody put a pillow between the gun and the victim, would that prevent stippling from appearing on skin?
yes,
Did you, in your autopsy, also include a pillow and x-rays and find 2 bullets inside of that pillow?
yes,
Mr. Cook started out by asking you about if these sharp force injuries and the blunt force injuries, if these appeared to be random acts. And I want to be clear, do you mean that these were just randomly happened to Gannon without somebody intentionally causing these injuries?
can you repeat?
Yeah. Well, were these random injuries or did somebody intentionally cause these injuries to Gannon?
Oh, it was intentional.
Okay, so when we say the word random, when Mr. Cook was asking you that, you don't mean that these were randomly happening with no rhyme or reason as to who or might be causing these injuries?
Yes, because he said there was no pattern, so I said there's no pattern.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to drive towards. These were intentional acts, as you just testified to. They did, though, target specific areas of Gannon's body, correct? It's not like these were injuries to his lower legs or toes or feet, correct?
Yes,
And so were these targeted towards upper body area, head area, chest area?
yes,
Does that indicate a person had an intentional desire to cause potentially fatal injuries to Gannon
yes,
because of where they're targeting?
yes,
Is it more fatal to cause somebody an injury to their lower leg or to their head?
more to the head.
Okay. And Gannon had lots of injuries to his head, is that right?
Yes,
In all of these injuries, are these all the injuries that you talked about? 18 sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force injuries, and a gunshot wound to the chin that ultimately killed Gannon. Are all these pre-mortem injuries, meaning they happened while Gannon was still alive?
yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Ignacio? Looks like we have a few. Council, retrieve those and approach, please. Sorry. Dr. Ignacio, can you determine how long the body has been decomposing? Do you know when the time of death was?
No,
And Dr. Ignacio, during the autopsy, was there evidence of any burns on the arms, burn marks, or bubbling of the skin?
I couldn't see that because of the decomposition.
And how long does Tylenol and hydrocodone stay detectable in the body?
Usually 12 hours after the body would already metabolize the drug and come out in the urine. So that the drug was already there at the time of death.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Mr. Allen?
So Dr. Ignacio, just so we're clear, when you say 12 hours for those things to metabolize in the body, if it hasn't completely, like the hydrocodone, had not completely metabolized and been expelled by the body, even if it's been an extended period of time, like in this case, you would still detect hydrocodone.
Yes, if you were alive and you would take hydrocodone, after 12 hours, we don't even test for drugs anymore because it's going to be out of the system. But when he died at that time, he had the hydrocodone. It was even able to metabolize because it converted to hydromorphone. So there's some time there, but the drug was still there because he died around that time.
When you say that the hydrocodone had started to metabolize, so that means, does that mean that the body has processed some of that hydrocodone, but not all of it at the time of death?
Yes, maybe before he died and he was attacked.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you. Doctor, when you were talking about the burning or bubbling of the skin, so there could have been burn marks or burn injuries on the arms, but due to decomposition, you would not be able to detect those any longer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you get a sample to test for drugs, as in the case with Gannon here, where are you getting the sample from? Or is there still urine that can be captured from the bladder? I know they do that a lot of times in these toxicology tests. Or just tell the jury where you got these samples from.
Since he didn't have any more blood, it was all fluids, body fluids. We couldn't test that, so we take liver. So these levels are from the liver tissue.
Okay. And a lot of times in these types of investigations, you have a blood level and a urine level. And I've heard testimony before that a urine levels, they're not as accurate about time of ingestion and everything, and it's mostly byproducts. Would the samples that you got from the liver, would that be considered a blood level or a urine level test?
It's a liver tissue level.
Liver tissue level, okay. Which would indicate if it was to the liver, there had been some metabolism of the drugs that had already taken place by the body.
Yes, it was recovered in the liver.
Okay. Did you attempt to get samples from anywhere else?
Can't recall. I think
If you have your report, would that refresh your recollection?
we took liver tissue and spleen tissue, but they tested the liver.
Okay. And what is the significance, I'm sorry, of taking samples from the liver versus the spleen?
If we can't take from blood or urine, we take from the liver.
Okay.
So you can see there will be drugs in the liver too. And there might be levels for that. But with this case, because of the decomposition, it's hard to determine the values.
Okay. And I guess I asked a bad question and I apologize. When you're taking a sample from the spleen, why take it from the spleen as well as the liver?
Because you could also have drugs in the spleen. Blood flows through the spleen.
Okay. And would you expect to have the same results with a liver sample versus a spleen sample, or could there be differences?
it could be different.
All right. Thank you, doctor.
All right, thank you, doctor. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess at this point in time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay. Yeah, we should be back in just a few minutes. I hope everybody's doing okay this morning. This was yeah, that really caught me off guard. Sitting here shuffling things around, trying to get things done. And then I look up as this medical examiner is testifying, and I could see some very graphic pictures. And I'm sorry for not catching them quicker. Yeah, yeah, those pictures kind of fucked me up. Yeah, unfortunately, these things are important when it comes to a murder trial, and obviously we're angry about this because Gannon was just 11 years old, and but if we want to convict her, if we want her convicted, and we want a jury to convict her, the jury has to see these photographs, and they need a professional, a qualified professional who obviously has a lot of experience, to say the least, in testifying in court as an expert. And so yeah, she gave her testimony and explained the different wounds that Gannon suffered. And I just don't see any type of dispute here in regards to this, in regards to that evidence, and the testimony of that particular expert. There's too much to yeah. I thought it was pretty vital that that the prosecution paint this picture for the jury, because the jury has to know that this was a crime of pure hatred. There was clear overkill involved. She says that common sense dictates that if you're shot, stabbed, and blunt force, and you're a victim of blunt force trauma to the head, it's probably going to be fatal. And the she went on to say that the blunt force, along with the gunshot wounds, that the blunt force trauma along with the gunshot wounds are both would have been fatal. she did not have to make him suffer the way that she did. This little boy should still be with us today. Yeah. And again, all I can think of right now is the family. I hope that they weren't in the courtroom when that was taking place.
In the correct mindset to be even standing up here. But if I had to say one thing, that when he said Gannon is no longer with us, I'd have to say Gannon is with us. After the stories of people from all over the world, he's not only my hero now, he's the world's hero. So I think the community, the positive support from a state that I've never visited other than 2 or 3 times, I'm astounded by the amount of love that's not come from me. It's came from my boy. And never thought I'd be standing here. It's a nightmare. I've had to put trust in the people I don't know. Today, I got the worst news and the best news. Obviously, we know what the worst news is, but the best news is that justice will be served. And I'll make sure that justice is served because my boy did not deserve any of this that has happened to him. So I urge media one more time just to hold off on questions until we know that this person, the stepmom that I even trusted, that she will pay 100% for this heinous thing she done. And I know that that's going to will be done. So I ask you guys, I beg and plead, if you've known or if you see this story, all of you have seen this story, please hold that very close to you. Because I want to live this earth knowing that justice was served for my boy. And I know that you've seen pictures, you've seen stories, you've seen my little man. He is truly my hero. And I'm gladly giving that to you guys too, that he can be your hero. I've heard stories of people that have not prayed in years, that have finally fell on their knees to pray. And I know where my son's at, without a shadow of a doubt. So many families have been brought closer together because of this. I know my boy is special, and I've told my people and my family and friends that Gannon has a testimony, that Gannon has a story. He's special. And this is his story. So make that story magnificent, who my child is. And I'm putting my trust into you guys to do that. So thank you for allowing Gannon to be your hero and sharing him with us.
Now, I'm in a little bit of an outrage of a state right now. I'm going to discuss something that has been on my mind since last night or this morning. Sorry. So I just want it on record. I know this isn't the time. I just want it out there that if any member of Gannon's family sees this later and they need anything from me, I'm more than happy to help. Because what I care about is that this family heals from this. This family gets justice and they heal from this. That's all I care about. And as you guys know, I've had a bit of a rift, an ongoing rift for a long time with a creator who was formerly known as the Critical K, but still considers herself this in Facebook groups that she believes to be private, but they're not as private as she'd like them to be. And I have plenty of screenshots. And I just don't understand how somebody who is currently being sued for $10 million for defamation, for treating victims the way that she does, and has absolutely no logical or even basis of a defense in this lawsuit that she's subject of, and rightfully so, especially after the comments that I saw made today. And I'm not even going to say, for the sake of not even perpetuating the rumors, that she decided to start and spread on her channel or in her Facebook group, saying disgusting things about Al and how Al performed as a father, and how he treated his children. And I just want it known, I have eyes in this group. And whether it's on a YouTube channel or in a Facebook group where screenshots are shared, where people are sharing and giving opinions and having these conversations, even though it's a private Facebook group, you're still very publicly saying horrible things about this family who is going through an extremely difficult time, a time that I hope nobody ever has to go through. And not even anybody that I dislike. I hope nobody has to deal with what Landon and Al are dealing with right now, much less little Lena, and even Harley. And even those who are simply around these nice people who are acting as support systems and at some capacity for them. All of these people who are affected by this in such a horribly negative way. I want to be very clear to you that this channel supports you, and this type of evidence is being made available to me, as we like to call in this community, receipts. And I am more than happy to share these things with any member of this family who decides that they want to stand up for themselves and make an example of this person, because what she's doing is disgusting. And I don't understand the motive behind it. I don't get it. I don't get why it. If I had to guess, I'd say it's just because she has this pathetic excuse for a second channel after she was booted off of YouTube, and now has a new channel, and it's pathetic. She gets just a few views here and there on this subject, when she was doing very well for herself financially, with her large channel that was taken away, doing the same thing that she was doing in these private groups. Now that she's being sued for $10 million, she's very careful about what she's saying on her YouTube channel. And it doesn't matter. I have eyes everywhere. So I just want to make it clear that if the family at some point, once they get through this hard time, if there's anything that I can do to help them in regards to things like this, or in any way that they feel I can, I am available and I'm here for you. Just wanted to make that very clear. you know, and you know, when it comes to these canceled channels, I just think it's really, really funny. I find it humorous because, like, you know, you look at someone like MGL and all of these people pushed and pushed to get her booted off of YouTube. But those same people are promoting her on her new platform and telling them where to go find her. And it's just very, very funny to me. It's just very funny to me. That's all I'm saying. Like the same people who are like, oh my God, get rid of her. She's a menace. She has to go. Can't stop talking about her, and she's gone. You got what you wanted. She's gone. And the only reason anybody right now is logging on in this community to this Kick platform is because you all just have to know what she's doing and saying. And then by doing that, you're just giving her more power. I mean, you got what you wanted, and then now it's like that's not what you wanted. You know? What did you want? You wanted to get rid of her? You got rid of her. But now, like, you want to just talk about her. Give me just 1 second, guys. Man, that testimony fucked up my mood for the whole day. I'm not even trying to lie. Like, I'm really hoping I get in a better mood. Um, on a lighter note, I can't figure out when I logged on before I even went live, I had 400 likes, and I have not even 200 people watching, and I have man, I have 1.5 thousand likes. And that doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It's very strange. So no, I don't think that I earned those likes, if I'm being completely honest, because that doesn't usually happen. Considering how many people are watching, I would project about 100 likes at this point, maybe. Not that many. It's very strange. But okay. But thanks for liking the video if you like genuinely did. Thanks for liking the live. I appreciate that. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why I have so many likes. very weird. Right. It doesn't, yeah, that was before I even went live. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, so I don't think so. Okay, looks like we're back. Yeah, Amy, it was.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, no, it's some sort of glitch. It's gotta be. It's not that. Like, I don't think it's real. Channel 9's doing a better job of streaming this today. They seem a little more on top of it.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letitia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would recall Al Stauch.
All right, Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I will invite you that you're still under oath. Okay.
Are they
Yeah,
calling
proceed, Your
back?
Honor. I don't know if there was something.
You may,
Okay.
yeah.
Are they calling back?
Good
Al
morning,
Stauch?
Mr. Stauch. How are you doing today?
Morning.
When you were previously on the stand, we talked with you about your woodworking. We
Oh,
saw some
wow.
photos in the garage of that woodworking. Did you at one point suffer an injury as a result of your woodworking?
I did, yes, sir.
What was that injury?
I cut off the tip of my right pointer finger,
Your index finger?
my index finger, yes, sir.
When did that occur?
May of 2019, around that time frame.
Did you get any prescription medications to deal with pain from that injury?
I did.
What kind of prescriptions did you get?
I believe I would have, well, I had a ibuprofen prescription and then some sort of pain medicine, I think hydrocodone, some sort.
Was that hydrocodone, was that a prescription that you got from your doctor?
Yes, sir, directly related to the finger injury.
Where did you typically keep that hydrocodone in the house?
That one I typically, and the ibuprofen I kept next to my bed in my little nightstand type area.
Did you consume all of the hydrocodone when you had that prescription?
I did not. I believe I only took one or two of the pills. I don't take a lot of prescription medicine anyways, and the ibuprofen was enough for me to manage the pain.
Did you ever, did you or anybody else in the family prior to when Gannon went missing, would you ever give these hydrocodone pills to any of the kids in the family?
No, they were hidden in the drawer in that nightstand area. So only myself and possibly the defendant knew where they were.
Would you have ever given those to Gannon?
No, sir.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Cross-examination? No weapons. Do the jurors have any questions regarding that part of Mr. Stauch's testimony? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We're just checking in the hallway to see if she's out here yet. Judge.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. She only does seem to engage when Al is speaking. It seems like it's just like she is instinctively manipulative
At this time, we would call Special Agent Andrew Cohen.
All right. Agent Cohen, if you would step forward and raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Mr. Cohen. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm fine. How are you?
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Andrew Cohen, Cohen. I'm a special agent for the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Since 2014.
What are your duties with the FBI?
I'm assigned to a violent crime task force. I primarily investigate criminal enterprises, complex narcotics investigations, fugitive work, and other violations of federal law.
At some point, did you get involved with the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon and Stauch?
I did.
What was your role and how did you get involved in that investigation?
I was requested to assist the El Paso County Sheriff's Office shortly after Gannon was reported missing. My role at the FBI was the lead case agent for the FBI. So information that we obtained from search warrants or interviews or other data would be compiled and would eventually all come through me.
The fact that the investigation spanned from Colorado through to Florida and then South Carolina, did having the FBI on board assist with that investigation and just the spread of the investigation?
It certainly did. The FBI has a lot of resources nationwide. It's sometimes a little less
Thank you,
complex for
Rowena.
the FBI to arrange resources in other states than say it would be for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office locally.
When you said that you were the lead agent, what does that mean for the FBI to have a lead agent on a case?
I was assigned the responsibilities of that case, of maintaining the case file and of making the investigative decisions at the FBI.
Are you also serving as an advisory witness in this case?
Yes, I am.
Is that why you're sitting sort of behind us during testimony here?
That's correct.
Is it probable that you'll testify more than one time?
I think that's up to you.
Yes, it is. So, Agent Cohen, in your work as an FBI agent, is it typical for you to get involved in wiretaps?
I've been involved in several wiretap investigations throughout my career.
What does it mean to have a wiretap?
A wiretap, common language, is actually the interception of oral or electronic or wire communication. In essence, we're able to listen to phone calls or to view text messages as they're sent.
Tell the jury what the process is to gain access to listening to those types of things.
A wiretap is
warrant.
considered a very intrusive investigative method. It's not something that you can just do on any investigation or even at the start of any investigation. Quite frankly, it's the most intrusive technique law enforcement has, where we're listening to somebody's phone call in the scenario where you would think you'd have the highest expectation of privacy, talking on your phone in your own private setting. And not only are we receiving the communications of the person whose phone we've installed the wiretap on, but we're also intercepting communications of other people that would be in contact with that person.
Wow,
So in order to
dude.
get a wiretap,
This guy's really
it's a
making it
pretty,
sound fucked up.
lengthy process. We have to show to the court that there has been an exhaustion of all other techniques that could be used in investigation, and that other techniques wouldn't be effective. So in this particular investigation, we had done multiple search warrants. We had done GPS trackers on cars. We had done location on cell phones. We had done physical surveillance. We had conducted interviews. And we have to demonstrate not only to the court that this is a necessary technique and that it would be reasonable that we would collect evidence, but we also have to show that all that other stuff would no longer be effective in the investigation.
What would happen if you've got the wiretap set up, you've got the approval of the judge, and you start to hear something that is outside the scope of the investigation? What would somebody listening to the wiretap do?
Well, earlier I told you that the privacy of individuals is so important. And if we were listening to a wiretap, we have a set of instructions called minimization instructions that come with every wiretap. And part of those instructions, it tells investigators a certain set of rules that if we were to listen to things that weren't relevant to the investigation, that we can't really do that. We'd have to pause the listening for a certain period of time, and then we could pick it back up. Say it could be 30 seconds or a minute, but we'd pause that and then pick back up to see how the conversation was progressing.
Does that protect the information that you're gathering so that it's really only case-specific information as opposed to extraneous or other private information that might be discussed in other types of phone calls?
That's correct.
Was a wiretap method used in this particular investigation?
Yes, it was.
During the process of you being involved in obtaining wiretap authorization from a court, in your knowledge of the case, was it apparent that this particular defendant was switching the way that the person was communicating, meaning phone numbers or devices, that type of thing?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Well, the defendant in this case had her original phone seized by law enforcement shortly after she reported Gannon to be missing. After that, she decided she was going to leave the state of Colorado, and she purchased a new phone at a Walmart
Burner.
with a different area code under a name of a person who may or may not really exist. It
What?
certainly wasn't her.
Was that purchase made in Trinidad, Colorado?
Yes, it was.
And then do you know this because of listening in on the wiretaps and seeing what numbers are being used, but also because of another investigative method that was being used in this case as well?
We had other investigative methods being used too. We had done search warrants for financial records for the defendant, and we found that one of those financial records was a purchase at a Walmart in Trinidad. Some further investigation led us to the purchase of that telephone.
And then we had Mr. Stauch on the stand the first day of testimony in this case, and we listened to some recorded phone calls, which I think we've articulated as pretextual phone calls. Is that another method that you were able to obtain that information that the defendant was using other phone numbers beyond the first phone that was seized by law enforcement?
Yes, it was. One of the common things that I've seen in my training experience as an FBI agent is that people who are involved in criminal activity oftentimes will change phone numbers or will download Wi-Fi only calling applications that allow them to have different phone numbers frequently, and it's mainly to avoid the detection of law enforcement.
Is
Dude,
that a
you
an
know
intentional act by
that these
somebody
these
that is
guys
being
were
investigated?
listening in on this shit and going like
Those
this.
applications don't self-install.
This
on a
lady,
phone.
right?
Cell phones don't just show up in your car. So yes, those are all very intentional acts.
Okay. And then as you're doing these wiretap investigations or methods, are those phone calls actually recorded so you can listen to them later?
Yes, they are.
Is that what occurred in this case, that wiretap conversations were recorded that captured the defendant's voice?
They were.
Did you have actual physical contact with this particular defendant?
Yes, I did.
Were you familiar with her voice?
Yes, I was.
The
How could you not
person
be?
that you had physical contact with and you know as the defendant, is she present in the courtroom today?
She certainly is.
Will you identify her by where she is sitting and what she is wearing?
She's seated at the defense table. She's wearing a pink shirt and has long dark hair and currently has her hand on her chin.
Your Honor, that's that the record reflects that the
The FBI is so much more specific.
So reflect, go ahead.
And how did you become familiar with the defendant's voice?
Through several aspects. I had reviewed body cam footage from when deputies originally responded to the defendant's home. I had listened to other phone calls she was involved in. I saw the defendant give interviews on the news, and ultimately I was present for her arrest.
And the pretextual phone calls that you were participating in, and then these wiretap phone calls that you were able to intercept, are all of those voices that are caught in these recordings the defendant's voice?
Yes, they are.
I may approach with 688, 689, 690, and 691.
You may.
Special Agent Cohen, I've got in my hands People Exhibit 688. It's a disc. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed this disc and I initialed the disc.
What does the disc contain?
This contains wiretap calls, recorded wiretap calls.
Does it indicate a time and date of this particular call?
This particular call is February 18th, 2020 at 10:14 in the morning.
The file that this disc contains, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
As it relates to 689, do you recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
And what does this disc contain?
This contains a recorded phone call from the wiretap on February 18th, 2020 at 10:19 in the morning.
Is this file on this disc is a fair and accurate representation?
It's a little over 2 weeks after
Yes, it is.
Gannon was killed.
And then looking at 690, you recognize this disc.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
And what does this disc contain?
This contains a recorded wiretap call on February 18th, 2020 at 11:16 in the morning.
Does this file on this disc, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
And then looking at 691, do you recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
What does this disc contain?
A recorded wiretap call at on February 18th, 2020 at 2:47 in the afternoon.
Does it actually say 1447?
It does.
And that's 2:47 p.m.
Correct.
Is this file on this disc is a fair and accurate representation of that particular call?
Yes, it is.
And at this time, I have moved forward a mission of 688, 689, 690, and 691.
Mr. Tellini?
Your Honor, subject to the section I added in prior hearing.
Council approach, please. All right, subject to the objection, the exhibits 688, 89, 90, and 91 are admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, starting with 688, Judge.
You may.
This should get interesting. Trigger warning, y'all.
How can I help?
Yes, I didn't get any confirmation about my test I paid for.
Yes,
And so just for reference.
the polygraph guy.
Before we get too deep into the phone call, sounds like there's two voices.
That's correct.
Do you recognize one of the voices?
I do.
Is it the female voice?
Yes,
And whose voice is that?
that's the defendant's voice.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Angela.
Okay, can I have your name, please? I can check if we've got the order here.
Yes. Tisha, last name is Stauch, Stauch.
Okay, give me one moment, please. Let me have a little look.
The polygraph guy. The smart
Okay, yes,
ass.
I can see that we've received that, and we have actually sent the test. Have you not received that as yet?
Have what now?
We have already sent the results to your email account.
I don't have them. Mm-mm.
Okay. Okay, let me try resending that, and if you don't receive it, give us a call back.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, now. Bye-bye.
So Special Agent Cohen, the phone number that, at the very beginning, let me back up. There, you can hear ringing. Does that indicate that this is a phone call that was initiated by the defendant to a particular place?
Exactly, Team
Were
Brittany.
you able to investigate and determine who it was that she was calling?
I was.
What was the phone number that she was calling?
Objection foundation would be.
Mr. Allen?
I can lay some foundation, Judge. When a wiretap is obtained, does it record both the outgoing and receiving phone numbers?
As part of the overall wiretap in this investigation, we also installed something called a pen register trap and trace device. That particular device will record both the outgoing or incoming phone number from the subject telephone.
And so does that mean that the receiving phone, the person that is being dialed or place that the originator is dialing would be caught in this trap and trace?
That's correct. It's identified as either an outgoing or incoming phone call, and we have the telephone numbers on both ends of that conversation.
Bro.
And then were you able to look up that particular phone number that was dialed for this call and see it being associated with a particular web page?
Yes, I was.
What web page was that?
Fakepolygraph.com.
And is that what all of these phone calls are in relation to, is calls originated by the defendant to a purportedly fake polygraph.com webpage?
That's correct.
Okay, let's jump into 689 and permission to publish 689.
She
Judge.
didn't even try to be discreet about it. Like, you couldn't pick another one with a better name?
May I help?
Hi, yes, I was just talking to you. Is there a way you confirm where you sent those? Because I still didn't get them.
Yeah, so I'm just going to get that resent for you. So if you wait for the next sort of 10, 15 minutes and let me know if you haven't received it by then.
I'm saying, can you check the email, because I just want to make sure.
Okay, yeah, give me a moment.
She's freaking out that this evidence is going to go to some rando address.
PECIALYNN2006
Okay. Okay, cool. So you said
Okay.
like 10 to 15 minutes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
In that particular phone call, did it sound like there was an email address that was confirmed to the defendant?
Yes.
What was that email address?
It was Tisha Lynn at 2000. I can't remember the exact address, but it was an address that we knew to be associated to the
Dude,
defendant.
she's going to
Okay.
fucking
And
snap.
that's
She's not
what
gonna last
sounds like
8
an
weeks.
English speaking person relayed, and then the defendant acknowledged that as being the correct email address.
That's correct.
Okay. And then 690, permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
Hello, how can I help?
Hi, yes, I'm calling again. I still didn't get that email.
Okay, can I ask your name, please?
His last name's Stauch.
He trolling her? Is he fucking with her and not sending it?
Ah, right, yes, perfect. I can see here.
Because you told me 10, 15 minutes, and you said it again. I still don't have it.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, it's actually been blocked by management, this order, due to the contents of the questions, so we're not going to be able to send this report.
Oop!
Okay. So, do I get my money back?
Unfortunately, not on this case, no. Obviously, due to our terms and conditions, it does clearly state that any sort of illegal activities or anything like that, obviously the management do reserve the right not to send the report. Obviously, we do incur processing fees, that's why a refund wouldn't be due.
So what do you do now? Just delete it and go on about life and take money?
Yes, we would do indeed. Okay, thank you now, bye-bye.
Oh my God, I've been
In that
waiting to
particular
hear
call,
that for 3 years.
Essentially being communicated that a polygraph result is not going to be provided because it's associated with illegal activity.
Sustained on second grounds, jury can make their own determination.
Okay. And then permission to publish 691.
You may go ahead.
Hi, how can I help?
I didn't hang up.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I can hear you now. How can I help you?
Okay.
Oh,
I thought
bonus
earlier
tracks.
you said that the request I did was blocked or something, but I looked on the terms and conditions and it says you can't say things about like infidelity and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how that
Not
was
about
blocked.
killing your son.
Say that again, sorry, that you can or can't.
No, okay, so I did a report earlier and you said you would
Mhm.
send it to me, then when I called back you said it was blocked, that I wasn't allowed to get the report, but then I clicked the terms and conditions and it says you can do questions about infidelity and stuff
Bro,
like that.
like this is really
Yes,
stupid.
infidelity
What are you
can,
doing?
correct.
Right, and that's what I did.
Your report was about infidelity, was it?
What did you say?
So you're saying your report was about infidelity?
Yeah, like I put questions in for it and you had to put like answers and you said something about it being blocked.
Yes. So what were your questions?
So it was
Yeah,
about
I want to hear you
the
say it.
time that we were away inside of in another state that I talked to and I gave the person's individual's name, Ortega. That was one of them. Then it said, "Are your eyes blue?" And I did a couple of the questions that were on the bottom.
Am I
Okay.
drinking instant coffee? No, I'm not
yeah,
drinking
I'm not sure in
instant
that
coffee.
case. Unfortunately, that's not what came through. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happened there then.
Because I read that you can do this.
Uh,
Yeah, it says on there that you can do that.
Yeah, yeah, you would be able to about infidelity, but the questions that were submitted to your order were not to do with infidelity.
Yeah, I didn't.
They had
submit
to do with
questions that were
murder
not to do with
of a child.
infidelity.
Okay. All right. See, well, I'll have to look into that then in that case.
Do you want me just to write you the questions down?
No, it's okay. I'll just need to have a look into this then to see.
I'm good.
To see what can be done.
Okay.
Just remind me again. What was the name on the report?
It was Stauch, Stauch.
And that's your surname, is it? Your last name.
Yes.
Okay. And first name is.
Isa.
Okay. And how do I spell that?
It's Tecia.
Tecia.
Yes.
What?
Okay. All righty. Well, let me have a look into that, and I can come back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
What's the best number to get you on?
843
Mm-hmm.
798 1700.
Okay. Right. Thanks a lot. Now, take care. Bye bye.
Thank you.
She just like left letters out. She didn't even like try to change her name really. She just left letters out. It was weird. EECIA.
Cohen, these phone calls are from February 18th, as you've testified. Were you aware also at this same time that that's when these pretext calls were being recorded involving Al Stauch and the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Were there phone calls during that time with those pretext calls in which the defendant was talking about getting a polygraph examination?
Yes, she was.
What was she trying to convince the listener, I guess Al Stauch, of during those conversations?
Objection, speculation as to.
Sustained. I think you can rephrase and refer back to the conversation, but I think it's up to the jury to make a determination about what the defendant's state of mind was during the conversation.
I understand, Judge. What was she saying to Al as it relates to the polygraph?
TECI.
She was saying that she
Okay.
had passed a polygraph test and she was continuing to purport her innocence and
Tisha.
that she had nothing to do with Gannon's disappearance.
Passed a polygraph as it relates to what?
whether she had anything to do with Gannon's disappearance.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Delaney.
I don't have any questions for Agent Cohen at this point.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent Cohen? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We would call Christina Cervantes.
Last name again?
Cervantes?
Cervantes.
Yep, it's spelled Cervantez, I believe.
Sorry, I need to write faster, don't I? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
You swear to tell truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth. Are you giving me the double
Sir, Alan?
block?
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Christina Cervantes, Christistina. Last name Cer, V as in Victor, AN as in Nora, T as in Tom, E as in Edward, Z as in Zebra.
Do you need a glass of water?
Yes, please.
There's a water pitcher there.
Wow. She's making me want to clear my throat. Like, damn.
Screw the lid because it comes out fast when you do that.
You have to turn it just a quarter turn roughly, I think. It happens to all of us. Don't worry.
I
about
wonder
it.
who this lady is.
What is your current occupation?
My current occupation is crime lab specialist with the Texas Department of Public Safety in Texas.
Did
What?
you used to work for the sheriff's office here in El Paso County?
Correct.
What was your
Oh.
occupation with this sheriff's office?
Evidence technician.
What were your duties associated with being an evidence technician?
My duties were to intake evidence as it was collected from the scenes, from the officers as well. We also responded to calls when we had evidence to collect from those scenes. We also received phone calls from the public in reference to getting their property back.
And what were your dates of employment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was employed with El Paso County Sheriff's Office from 2015, and I believe that was August of 2015 to January of 2022.
Okay. Were you working in January, February timeframe of 2020 for the sheriff's office
That is correct.
in that same evidence technician role?
Correct.
You mentioned that sometimes you would get calls from people in the public. What were those calls typically in relation to?
Typically, they were the public wanting their property back. Anytime we had evidence collected, the person would call oftentimes and ask for their property to be returned to them.
Would that happen fairly regularly?
Yes, sir.
And when they're asking for property to be released back to them, is this property that might be held for either a criminal investigation or even a civil matter?
That is correct.
What would be the, I guess, the protocol on a civil matter if there's some property that's held by the sheriff's office and it's a civil issue?
So if it's property that is held within a civil matter, usually we would have to get authorizations from the detectives in charge, letting us know what we could release, what we couldn't. Oftentimes, if there was an authorization.
I
from
feel
the
like
court
Letitia
stating,
tried calling
"Hey, you
there
can
trying to get her
release this,"
shit
usually it
back.
was signed by a judge, we could release it that way as well. But we always have to have that authorization in place before we could release it.
What was the protocol in place as it relates to any evidence or property that's held on a criminal matter?
On a criminal matter, usually until the case was completed, And we got the proper authorizations. Till those were received, we could not release it until that time.
Okay. As it relates to this time frame, do you remember working on February 12th, 2020? And I know this is over 3 years away, but do you remember working at that time at the sheriff's office as an evidence tech?
Yes,
Do you remember getting phone calls as it relates to the Gannon Stauch / Letitia Stauch investigation?
yes.
What were the nature of those phone calls that you were receiving in the evidence area for the sheriff's office?
So the nature of the phone calls could range from callers calling in saying they would like certain items of evidence back. From what I can recall, on several occasions, I had received phone calls in reference to property belonging to Mrs. Stout.
Okay, so just so that we're all understanding,
Oh, man.
did you receive some calls in which the caller identified themselves as Letitia Stout?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
But
So had you had a chance to hear Letitia Stout's voice prior to these phone calls coming in?
At one point, I did. I do recall her coming into the lobby area at one point.
Okay, so what do you remember about that particular occasion?
I just remember her coming in and asking for her property back. And at that time, I told her I did need to get in contact with the lead investigator to make sure it was something that we could, in fact, release to her.
Okay, so you had a direct person-to-person interaction with her.
That is correct.
Did you hear her voice during that interaction?
Yes,
And do you see that same person here in the courtroom?
yes.
Will you identify her for the jury, pointing to where she's sitting, and describe her clothing?
She is wearing a pink sweater.
good
dark
point,
hair,
Denbert.
long
I'd
dark
like to
hair.
know what those questions were
You want to
too.
ask that the record reflects she's identified the defendant?
Record will also reflect, go ahead.
And then did you get phone calls after that interaction with that same voice from the defendant?
Yes,
In a particular phone call, did you get a phone call from that defendant where she purported to be somebody different?
from what I can recall, yes.
Do you remember who it was that she was purporting to be at that time?
At that time, when I first got that call, the voice, it sounded like her, but claiming to be her daughter.
Okay. And when we were using the word her there, you mean her, the defendant,
Correct.
the voice sounded like the defendant, but was claiming to be her daughter?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 280?
May?
Yeah, man. She's something else, man. She's
People's Exhibit 280.
a special
Is this a
kind of
recording
delusional.
That phone call that occurred on February 12th, 2020.
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
yes.
Move for admission of People's Exhibit 280. Commissioner Board.
On the exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
So somebody called and they identified themselves as Harley Hunt.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken in person to Ms. Hunt?
Before,
Yes, before the phone call.
yes, if what I can recall from 3 years ago, I remember her coming into the lobby area,
Miss Stauch or her daughter?
Mrs. Stout.
Okay, had you ever spoken to her daughter in person?
No,
So you don't have a foundation as to what her daughter's voice sounded like
no,
and how much her daughter's voice may sound like hers?
no, sir.
I'd object to the foundation.
Overruled?
Oh,
Goes for weight, not admissibility. You can
So-
go ahead and publish.
Okay, so I had moved for admit, and I think you just need to formally admit it. Into
Exhibit 2.
overruled. Boom.
Okay, and then permission to publish this particular recording.
You may go ahead.
Office evidence, this is Chris. Yes, I was
That first voice that we hear, is that your voice?
Correct.
And then that second voice, whose voice is that? Based on your knowledge,
Based on my knowledge, Mrs. Stocks.
the defendant.
earlier, I think you might have been busy or something. So
That's
I waited to call back
clearly
for a little bit.
Letitia.
It's okay. Sorry. What time did you call? I just called you like maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, and you said, hold on. No, that wasn't there. There's 4 of us working here, so that wasn't me. Yeah. I was like, oh, I don't recognize your voice. You were busy. Okay, so I'm trying to find out about some contents of mine that was in the car. So, my book bag, which had a lot of my social security card, birth certificates, and stuff, that was in a car that's still impounded. And I just want to know, they gave me the purse one day out of it, but how?
No,
come
the
I can't
jury's
get my
like,
book bag, and I need my MacBook for school.
that's
Your
Letitia.
MacBook. Okay. What is your name? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt. And
Wow.
do you have a case number so I can look it up? Let's see this. I have this paper. It says agency number. Is that it, or I have a VIN number? It should be agency. Agency number. All right. 2020-1382. All right. Let's take a look here.
I agree with that T-Pack mocktail. I agree with that. I concur with that theory. I don't know that, but in theory, I would think that Letitia probably most likely she reminds me of somebody that would be jealous of her teenage daughter.
Excuse me.
Her behavior's consistent with that.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. You said it's a book bag? There's a black and white book bag that was in the back seat of the white Jetta. And it has like my passport, my social, my birth certificate, my dog paperwork, my MacBook.
And if Harley takes a stand, she's gonna be like, "That wasn't me. That wasn't me."
Yeah, there was like one blue bag that had a MacBook in it. And then there was a black and white book bag, and there was like my diamond rings are in it. And then there's a pink folder that had like my birth certificate and all that in it. Okay. Let's see here. Like, I understand they might still be holding the car, but like I can't like even like work or anything without having my passport because I'm a flight attendant and.
Flight attendant.
Okay. And you said your
Okay.
name is Carly Hunt, is that correct? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt.
Harley Hunt, and I'm a flight attendant.
Okay, Harley. Well, I can tell you right now, everything on this case is evidence. So because it's evidence, I cannot release it back to you without written authorization from basically a higher authority. They have not given us any written authorizations to release. So unfortunately, what you may want to do is contact the detective on this case. Have you been in contact with anybody? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let me go ahead and get the lead detective's number for you, and you can call them in reference to this. Okay. Okay. All right. Hold on just 1 second.
Translation: get bent. I feel like even in the phone call, she knows who she's talking to, and she's like, dude, this lady thinks that I'm going to give her what? She thinks I'm going to give her the evidence in the case? It's open. She's the suspect. She knows she's the suspect, too. Like cops talk. You know what I mean? that she knows, everybody in that station knows she's the suspect. Everyone's talking about that case. Yeah, everyone's sitting there. she's like, right now, what's going on is she's talking to her supervisor, going, "Yo, it's that fucking lady, Letitia Stauch. She's over here trying to go get evidence." And don't they think she killed the kid? That's what she's doing right now while she's on hold. This is just like out of hand. The audacity of this lady, man, she's insane, dude. Like, but not, she's calculated. She knows right from wrong, or else she wouldn't lie so goddamn much. But she does it because, I mean, she's insane to think that she's smarter than everybody. That's the only thing about her that seems insane, is that she thinks that she's smarter than everyone else. Like, this is a long conversation while she's on hold. It's just, you know that she's sitting there going, "Oh wait."
Okay, Harley? Yeah. Oh, okay. So that's going to be Detective Bethel. Okay. And her desk number is going to be 520-7291. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye.
Ms. Cervantes, did it seem odd to you also, the comment about it being a flight attendant?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Yeah, did it seem odd to you when the caller requesting the information back, I guess, relayed to you that they were a flight attendant?
Yes.
Overruled.
What was odd about that?
Just the fact that her daughter being young, the age, I thought found it odd to be that age and a flight attendant.
Terrible liar.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination? No question. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Cervantes? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Called Detective Michael Bauman.
I love when the cops testify.
Detective, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Detective. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Michael Bauman, Bauman,
Detective, who are you employed by?
the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the sheriff's office?
I'm a digital forensics detective.
What are your duties associated with that position?
Basically, my job is to find and preserve data that may be evidentiary of nature on electronic devices.
What kind of electronic devices do you typically work with?
Computers, cell phones, DVRs, things like that.
And then is there a particular device that helps you get data off of these other electronic data points?
Yes, sir. We have a number of devices that we use. For instance, with computers, we use a software and hardware combination called Celebrite. We also use something called Gray Key, which is for extracting data from phones. For computers, we use Axiom and kind of beefed up computer workstations.
Tell the jury what Celebrite is. You mentioned it.
Celebrate is basically a combination of hardware and software. It is a It's a little device that plugs into the USB on your computer, and then you can plug phones into that and so forth, and extract data from the phones. And then Cellebrite has a second function, which it actually goes through that data and turns it into something that's readable and sortable and so forth.
Do you have particular training that allows you to use that particular, is it a device or what is it?
It's a device, it's a combination of hardware and software.
Do you have training that allows you to use that?
Yes, sir.
What does that training consist of?
Well, I have 3 different certifications with Cellebrite, and basically 3 levels. The highest level is Cellebrite Advanced Smartphone Analysis. It's just basically each one was the first 2 together were a week long, and then the CASA, the smartphone analysis one, was also a week long. That specifically dealt with using that tool. Basically, it's a hands-on program that you go and county spends a lot of money, and I sit there and learn how to use the machine basically and get an idea of what it's doing. So
Tell the jury about what the process would be like if I handed you a phone to use with this device. What process would you go through to obtain the data from that phone?
So effectively, if we know, for instance, we know the passcode, we'll use that as an example. We'll take that phone. We will, you set the phone up by enabling developer options and things like that. If it's Android, if it's iPhone, it's different. If it's iPhone, you just tell it to stay awake, basically. Then you plug the phone into the Cellebrite UFED device, which is the little thing I talked about that you plug into your computer. And then you go through the steps on the screen that allows the phone, and you're interacting with the phone and the computer to set up permissions so that you can download data off the phone.
So basically selecting what data you want to extract from that phone?
Well, I mean, yes, what you're really doing is setting up the computer and the phone so that they can talk to each other. Generally, we do, I don't want to go too deep in the nerd world for you, but we use an application programming interface, Cellebrite, which is kind of like a translator. It allows Cellebrite to speak
fascinating
to computer, right? So, iOS is talking to Windows at that point, so that it can say, okay, this is the data that you can pull off of the phone. And so that's kind of how that works. And so then it pulls the data off the phone. We then use the physical analyzer software to parse through that data and find the files that are in there.
What kind of things do you typically extract from a person's cell phone?
It depends on the phone, but oftentimes we extract pictures, text messages, instant messages, internet search histories, activity data, locations, all those types of things.
What do you do with that information when you extract it? You put it on a disk?
Yes, sir. We'll take that information, run it through Physical Analyzer, and then we'll take and create what we call a Cellebrite report. And that Cellebrite report is basically a standalone piece of software that puts all that data into something that you can categorize and search and let me look at these time frames, or let me search for these keywords in the extraction of the data we were able to pull.
Is it typical that you obtain these phones that you use this device on comes from some other detective that's involved in an investigation?
Yes, sir, generally.
Will that detective generally give you some guidance as to what they might want off of that phone if you can obtain it?
Sometimes, frankly,
he's establishing chain of custody now.
Again, I don't want to go too deep in the weeds but Cellebrite's able to parse about 400 out of 4 million applications. Now that was a couple of years old, those numbers. So I generally try to pull as much as I can, and then I allow the detective to take and based on the scope of their warrant or their waiver, they go through that data and find out what's pertinent to their case, since I don't know the case like they do.
Okay, so you're kind of leading into the next area that I wanted to go into. Once you put this stuff into a Cellebrite report, as you described, put it onto a disk, does that then make it accessible to other detectives in the investigation to use for whatever investigative purpose they may or may not have?
Yes, sir. So once we've done that, we'll turn that over to whatever team is going to examine the device, and they'll go through and say, okay, we need to find all the messages that may contain the word John. So they'll go through and search for those things or whatever might be the case in their actual investigation.
Would they do that separate from working hand in hand with you? They would do it on their own?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are there other people with the sheriff's office that have training in being able to use a Celebrite device to obtain data off of phones or other devices?
Well, through attrition, no, currently I'm the only digital forensics detective with those certifications, or at least with current certifications.
Okay. Let's go back in time to January, February timeframe of 2020. Were you working at the sheriff's office back then?
Yes, sir.
Did you get involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
What was your role in that investigation?
Again, basically what we just talked about, I was a digital forensics investigator dealing with DVR, computers, phones, etc.
Did you have an occasion to use Celebrite on 2 separate devices in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
When you get a device, like in this particular investigation that we're talking about, do you necessarily know who that particular device belongs to?
No.
So what information do you pay attention to make sure that the data that you extract from a device is assigned to that particular cell phone or whatever it might be?
Well, primarily the first thing we do is try to keep things separated, but I generally try to look at like IMEIs, the identifying numbers in the phone. That's generally how I try to identify which phone goes with which extraction, things like that.
When you said that kind of quickly, the court reporter looked at you. Did you say IMEI?
Yes, ma'am. IMEI.
Okay.
Sorry.
So is that an unique identifier that's assigned to cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about, did you have a chance to look at a rose gold iPhone 8 in this case?
Yes, sir.
Or may I approach with People's Exhibit 222?
You may.
If you could just look over People's Exhibit 222, and when you're done looking it over, will you let me know?
I'm done.
Okay. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 222?
I do, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is actually a Blu-ray disc containing a Celebrite of, I annotated it as Tisha's iPhone.
Okay. And when you do the Celebrite download, do you get the IMEI number? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to obtain phone number associated with a particular phone when you do the Celebrite?
Depends.
Okay.
At times we'll do an extraction with it just depends on the extraction.
Okay. Do you remember for this particular one, if you're able to get the phone number in the report for this particular iPhone?
I don't recall. I can look at my my report and see if that refreshes my memory.
Would that refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes, sir.
May he refresh his memory with his report?
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Do you have it up there with you?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay.
And so that the record's clear, you're asking for the phone number that's identified with this Celebrite extraction, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Excuse me just a second here while I pull out my Papaw glasses.
Papaw glasses. I might have to get some Papaw glasses soon. I haven't had my eyes checked in decades, literally.
Yes, sir. I believe I have that here.
Okay. What was the number associated with that particular iPhone?
843-655-7-460.
Okay. 843-655-7460. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. When you do an examination on a phone with this Celebrite process, do you examine the phone for any physical damage?
Yes, sir. Generally, I'll look at the phone and see if the screen is cracked. I'll try to annotate those things in the report.
What's the purpose of that?
Well, there's multiple purposes. One is that we want to make sure that the device functions, so we're able to actually manipulate it to do the download. The other thing is we also want to make sure that we're showing the state of the phone when we receive it, so that down the road, we can show that the phone's still in that same condition, that we didn't damage the phone or something.
Okay. Did this particular phone have any physical damage or defects?
Do you mind if I look at my report?
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
May you refresh his memory with his report, Your Honor?
You may go.
Thank you. I noted in the report that I observed no major defects on the device.
And then, did you in fact perform a Celebrite extraction of that particular phone?
Yes, sir.
Is that extraction on People's Exhibit 222 that's in the envelope in front of you?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 222.
Defense?
Subject to objection raised in prior hearing.
Right. The objection's overruled. The exhibit.
Yo,
222?
defense, you suck.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach with 224?
You may go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Swap you out.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Have you had a chance to look over People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is again, a Blu-ray disc with a Celebrite of item number 671, which was an iPhone.
And when you examined this particular iPhone, did you have any contextual information about who this iPhone belonged to, where it came from, anything like that?
I don't recall. Actually, I may have heard that this was Tisha's other phone. I don't recall.
Okay. Was this by chance a phone that was seized in South Carolina from the defendant?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, were you able to get the same kind of identifying information, IMEI, like you mentioned earlier, on this phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if you were able to get a phone number associated with this particular phone?
I believe we were, yes.
Okay. Do you remember off the top of your head what that phone number might have been?
I would have to refer to the report.
Would that refresh your memory if it's in there?
It would.
Okay. May he refresh his memory, Your Honor?
May go ahead.
Thank you.
They're so thorough. It's so funny. Would it refresh your memory to refer back to it? It would. May he refresh his memory, Your Honor? He may.
Getting your glasses out again?
Yeah, either that or you'll have to hold it so I can see it further away like that. Sorry.
Your arms aren't quite long enough anymore?
No, sir, they've gotten shorter.
Just
I
leave
think.
your glasses out, guy.
Let's see. Okay. The phone number associated with this phone is 843-798-1700-1700.
Okay. Did you do a physical examination of this phone as well to look for any damage or defects?
I believe so.
You believe so, or you did or
Yeah,
didn't?
yeah, I did. That was a
Okay.
matter, yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember what the results were, we'll say that. so.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at your
would.
report? May he refresh his memory?
Thank you, appreciate it.
Word.
Actually, it looks like I didn't actually note on this one that any damage, which would indicate to me there probably wasn't any damage, but I didn't actually specifically note it in the report.
That's fine. Just so that we're very clear though, did you say was or was not any damage?
I'm assuming there wasn't. I think I would have noted it if there was. However,
Okay.
I didn't specifically note it.
Okay. And then did you actually go ahead and perform the Celebrite extraction on that particular device as well?
Yes, sir.
Similar to the last device that we just talked about, did you place that on the disk and that's what's in People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
All right, move for admission of People's 224.
That's same objection. Overruled. Exhibit 224 will be admitted.
Okay.
Oh. Of course they're going to object, and of course it's going to get overruled.
For these particular two devices, did you do anything beyond extracting and putting them on disk and admitting into evidence?
There were a team of us that kind of looked through things. I don't recall
Probably is Hope SC. I'm just saying, leave your glasses out.
anything specifically that I did that somebody else didn't do as well that wouldn't have been annotated
Okay.
by them.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Polini. Detective, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Sorry. So just so I understand, if somebody gives you a phone, then you hook it up to the Cellbrite, and the Cellbrite basically takes everything off of it it can, and that's put in a disk for the detective then to go through.
Effectively, there's kind of an intermediate step where we use that other software. There's the UFED software, which
No,
which
Rod and
actually
Ralph.
pulls the information, and then the physical analyzer software is a second.
This
piece of
guy
software that actually goes through
extracts
that
data from
information
cell
and turns it
phones
into something that people
and
can read.
computers.
And then I create the report from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as like the information that is being taken from the cell phone by Cellbrite, that's not contained by any dates or any other parameters. That would be up to the detective who does the search.
Correct, because Cellbrite doesn't, it would be kind of like if you had a self-driving car
Yeah.
and you only taught it to recognize stop signs. You wouldn't want to trust that car to drive you around town because it doesn't know the rest of it, right?
Sure.
And so Cellbrite knows 400 out of 4 million applications that that it knows how to sort through. So we pull as much as we can so that we have the ability, if we need to manually sort through the other things, if that makes any sense.
So, I mean, the Cellbrite will basically pull years and years. If I've had a cell phone for 5 years, it would literally, it possibly pull 5 years worth of text messages.
Maybe more. If you had pulled that information, if you had pulled information from another device over to your
Okay.
phone at some point, you say you're, all the way back to, whenever Android started, say, so yeah, that's how that would work. So,
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
absolutely.
Redirect.
No.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Bauman? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Sergeant Kurt Smith.
Thanks, homie. Sergeant Kurt Smith.
Sergeant Smith, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
That'll move the chains.
You all situated?
Yes, sir.
Good. Good afternoon, or good morning, I should say. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Kurt Smith, KURT-SMITH, and I'm a sergeant with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
since 2006.
What is your current assignment with the sheriff's office?
I'm currently the sergeant of the Major Crimes Unit.
What are your duties associated with that assignment?
We investigate homicides, officer-involved shootings, kidnappings, major felonies. I currently oversee 7 detectives who lead those investigations.
So that jumps into what I was going to ask about specifically as a sergeant, what do you do? And is it basically overseeing those detectives in their investigative efforts?
Yes, we manage their caseload. We manage and keep track of how the case is going, making sure it's thorough, accurate, making sure that all the leads are being followed up on, and making sure that they have the resources that they need to do their job.
What was your assignment with the sheriff's office back in January 2020?
I was the Special Victims Unit Sergeant, so I worked in the same investigation division, but I supervised 6 detectives who were doing crimes against children, things like that.
Did you get involved with the investigation into Gannon, Stauch, and him being missing?
Yes, sir.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was assigned to do several tasks. Obviously, it was a large investigation, so everybody within the division was assigned to a task or 2 at the time.
At some point, did you have get assigned a task to perform a Cellbrite extraction of a particular cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What kind of training do you have that allowed you to do that Cellbrite extraction?
In 2014, I was transferred to the investigation division as a detective. During that time period, I was trained how to operate the Cellbrite equipment. Since that time, I've done about 75 roughly downloads of cell phones.
Describe, and I don't need you to go into as much depth as we did with the last witness because we just talked about the same concept. But describe what that process looks like when you are trying to extract data from a cell phone, from your perspective.
So you would plug in a phone to get a charge. You would plug the phone into the Celebrite machine. You go through and you have several options of different extractions that you could do. And basically it creates an image of the phone. So it's basically like creating a copy of that phone that goes in the computer, and then the Celebrite software will decode it, for a better word, and give you a report of what's on the phone itself.
What do you do with the information once you extract it from a phone?
The phone is usually, it's generated into a report that's readable. It's usually a PDF or a couple different fonts or formats. That I burn to a disk and I place into evidence. I also give a copy to the detective so they can go through and look at the phone and see what's on it.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 227?
You may.
If you would look at People's 227 and let me know when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize 227?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a Blu-ray disc. It's item number 45 inside of an envelope.
What does the Blu-ray disc contain?
The Blu-ray contains the Celebrite report for the phone that I did.
Do you know what particular phone this was?
It was an iPhone 6, but I can't tell you whose phone it was, sir.
Okay. On the evidence label, does it give you some identifying information about the particular phone?
Yes, sir. It says it's the kid's phone.
He's reading off the evidence label, Your Honor.
I had an iPhone 6 in 2020.
Oh, what does it
It
specifically
was
say? If
old.
you could just read it.
It says Blu-ray containing Celebrite report from kid's phone, iPhone 6.
Okay. Does that disc then contain the Celebrite of that iPhone 6 that you did a Celebrite download on?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that Celebrite report?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, move for admission of People's Exhibit 227.
Exhibit 227 will be admitted.
Similar to what we just talked about with the last detective that was on the stand, once it's on that disc and downloaded from the phone, is that then accessible for the greater investigation if detectives want to access it to maybe search for specific things that might have been contained on that phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that the case with this particular disc?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tilley. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Smith? No? All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Judge, if we may approach.
You may.
Oh, do you want to go? I was going to do that.
Okay, go ahead.
What if all the lawyers just started brawling right now? You know, just threw down like WWE style. Just like the prosecutor just started stone cold stunning everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have seen a number of conferences up here, and you're not going to be surprised. But we were talking about a break for this morning. Trials are dicey things. Sometimes witnesses go a lot faster than you think they're going to, and sometimes they take a lot longer than you think you're going to. So the downside here is that we have some time that we're not going to be able to use. But what we're going to do is have you come back from lunch early. So we'll have you come back at 1 o'clock. And we should be able to start right on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any independent research about any aspect of this case. And we'll see you back at 1 o'clock then. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay. So we heard some pretty interesting testimonies. Definitely the phone call with the fake polygraph.com guy was was everything I hoped it would be. if I'm being totally honest. And we got a little bonus on top of it. I thought that was cool. But she, after that, we heard some testimony from the crime, the evidence part of the department, the El Paso County Sheriff's Department, and it was clearly Letitia, but she was saying that she was Harley Hunt, and that she was a flight attendant, and for some reason she thought that they wouldn't know who she was. So I thought that was pretty funny. There's just an overwhelming amount of evidence against this woman, and all of it is pointing to her trying to cover up in a desperate fashion what she did. So I find that extremely interesting. And we're going to hold on a second. Okay. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, she keeps acting like she's smarter than everybody throughout this whole thing. The only thing that she seems to be crazy, the only thing that makes her seem crazy is the fact that she thinks that she's smarter than everybody and that she can pull something over everyone, that she's smarter than all of the professionals, the investigators, everyone. So hearing this happen, just one thing after the other, and it's just really great to see the prosecution just blowing through all of these witnesses, man. Just one witness after the next, just calling next person to the stand, next person. The defense is not looking good today, as usual. Again, the defense simply does not have a defense. I mean, the only reason anybody is sitting at that table right now is because Letitia has the right to plead however she wants. She has the right to plead guilty or not guilty. She chose to plead not guilty. And the best thing that this defense can come up with is insanity. They're having a terrible time trying to prove it. And they're having a terrible time even trying to create any sort of doubt in the jury. Because again, the only thing that seems crazy about her is the fact that she thinks she's delusional enough to think that she's smarter than everyone else. But there's nothing indicating that she doesn't know the difference between right and wrong. This is not, just because mommy didn't hug you enough or daddy hurt you when you were a child, it's not an excuse to murder an 11-year-old boy and to lose control of your emotions to the point to where you murder an 11-year-old boy. And the way that she did it was absolutely brutal. And there's just nothing showing that she was not fully aware of what she did. There were times where she even seems as though she's justifying her actions. I went over the Facebook posts that she made, trashing Landon, blaming all of this on her. This is just a bad person. I really don't know how else to put it. This is as bad as a person gets, in my personal opinion. So it's just, I'm finding it fascinating to just watch all of these experts just come through and confirm how thorough this investigation was. Everyone was very, very thorough, and they've been building and building and building to get to this moment now where we are right now, which is in a courtroom, and she is sitting in defense of herself. But It's not looking good. And in the most embarrassing moments, she hides her face. If you notice that while the phone call was happening with fakepolygraph.com, she was hiding, and it was really, really interesting to watch her do that. And I can't get over how, I mean, this is somebody who thinks that she's smarter than everybody, right? But you couldn't pick a better, something with a more discreet name than fakepolygraph.com. And why to even take a you wouldn't even actually take a polygraph test. It's the whole point of it is to forge a polygraph test that never even happened and pass and come off with that it passed. And so you contact this novelty place for the results. It's all you do. And it's designed, I would imagine, to like make some money off of people who are cheating, or something like that. But when you ask questions, and again, somebody brought up in the chat, and I agree with them. I hope that they get to a point to where we actually get to see what these questions were. I'd really like to know what those questions were. We still don't know what the nature exactly of those questions were, but that dude seemed to realize that he was talking to a sick person, and he was like, yep, we straight up keep your money and we report this shit. Yeah, we're not giving you, we're not engaging in this with you any further, basically. So yeah, I am going to stretch my legs, chill a little bit. I'm gonna leave this hanging for a bit, and then I'll come back, and when they come back from lunch, guys, I'll see you guys in a bit. Thanks for being with me.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. With that, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon. We would call Detective Christina Perry.
Detective, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Detective Christina Perry, Perry.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 9 years.
And what are your current duties?
I'm still a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office under the Special Victims Unit.
And what is a Special Victims Unit?
Typically, we do cases involving children, cases involving at-risk adults, and sex crimes.
How about in January of 2020, where were you assigned within the Sheriff's Office?
I was with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office as a detective in the Financial Crimes Unit.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation in the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
And what was your role back then?
I'm sorry, as far as,
You had a lot of roles, right?
yeah.
Is
there
that why it
was-
was tough to answer?
Yes.
Let's talk about the investigation kind of as a whole. Was there a group of detectives working together, sharing information, following leads in the search in the hopes of finding Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir. Due to the size of this investigation, it was kind of an all hands on deck. We were all involved in assisting with this investigation.
Back on January 28th of 2020, were you assigned to look into some social media pages regarding the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What was that all about?
So I was trying to kind of gather more information because we were at an early point in the investigation, kind of just trying to figure out any little lead that we could go off of. And I found a variety of different search groups that were titled things like Gannon Stauch Search Party, Where's Gannon Stauch? And so it's kind of a variety of different groups. So I started using a undercover Facebook profile that is used solely for investigative purposes to get into those groups to see if there's anybody that was posting messages about what was going on or if there was any intel that we could gather by following those groups.
So would you routinely look at those different pages to see if there's any investigatory leads?
Yes,
those kind of
sir.
things? Okay. Back on January 28th of 2020, were you, along with Detective Bethel, in the process of interviewing Al Stauch and the defendant, Letitia Stauch?
I believe so, yes.
And were you present during the first interview at the police department with Al Stauch?
I was present, however, I believe that was the time that I was working on the Facebook groups, so I was not necessarily watching the entire interview.
Were you present when Mr. Stauch called in and said, hey, I got some additional information to give you?
Yes, sir.
And what was that additional information? Do you recall?
I know the interaction was Detective Bethel was on the phone with Mr. Stauch, and he had had some additional information about Ms. Stauch's Tiguan not being at the residence.
Did he indicate to you that he went to French Elementary School and didn't see the car there, and that was troublesome because Ms. Stauch had told him that's where the Tiguan was at?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
And what did that cause you to do as a result of getting that information?
So myself and Sergeant Kurt Smith went to look at the surrounding schools to include French Elementary to see if we were able to locate her Tiguan.
Okay. And do you remember about what time of night that would have happened at?
I believe it was about 7:30, a little bit after.
If your report indicates that you went to Mesa Ridge High School at 7:37 p.m. on January 28th, 2020, would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And is that the first area you went to go look for the Tiguan at?
I believe so, yes.
And did you and Sergeant Smith go to the Colorado Springs Airport to look for the Tiguan?
We did not. I went with Detective Marissa Williams.
Okay, so you and Detective Williams went to the airport.
Yes, sir.
What time did you go to look for the Tiguan at the airport?
I do not recall.
Would it have been after 7:37 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And why did you go to the airport to look for the Tiguan?
So we knew that she had obtained a rental car, which we were notified by Mr. Stauch. So we thought that most people get their rental cars from the airport. So we thought we would go and kind of trace the steps, see if we were able to locate the Tiguan at the airport.
And where did you look at the airport, within the airport, looking for this vehicle?
So we had checked the short-term lots as well as the long-term lot, I believe.
Did you go to the rental car return area as well?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to locate this black Tiguan that Ms. Stauch was driving?
No, sir.
Did you later learn as to when that Tiguan had left the airport?
I did. I do not recall what time it was right now, though.
Were you involved in the search of the Tiguan?
I was not.
Okay, we'll cover that with someone else then. Were you asked to go to the residence to pick up some additional witnesses, i.e. Gannon Stauch's sister, Lena Stauch?
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Tell the jury about that.
So we wanted to conduct a forensic interview with Lena Stauch, and so I was requested to come and with Detective Williams or transport Lena to the office of the sheriff for that interview.
And did you do that?
We got there and Detective Williams ended up driving her herself while I stayed to assist with the search of the residence.
Did you also come into contact with an individual by the name of Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who Harley Hunt is?
Yes, my understanding is that Harley Hunt was Miss Stauch's daughter.
Huh.
And did you or anyone else attempt to interview Harley Hunt on January 28th, 2020, when you went back to the residence?
Yes, sir. When I was there, Detective Arndt had advised me that she had tried to speak with Harley, and Harley had refused to respond to the office for an interview and refused to give any information.
And while you're there at the residence, do you remember about what time you got back there?
I would have to reference my report.
If your report says 10 p.m., would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
So 10 p.m. on January 28th, 2020, you're at 6627 Mandan.
Yes, sir.
And who else was there? Do you recall to conduct the search?
I know there was Detective Farrell, Detective Arndt, and Detective Vigil were also present.
And what was your role in that part of the search?
So I perform scribe duties. And scribe duties is I record all evidence that's collected and assist with putting it into packaging to be transported to our evidence facility.
And so could you explain that process to the jury? Do other detectives collect the evidence, give it to you, you bag and tag it, so to speak?
Yes, sir. So when you perform scribe duties, it's like a carbon copy piece of paper, and every item that another detective finds during the search, they would bring me. I would package it in an envelope and collect it all in one place, and then I was responsible for transporting it to the evidence facility when it would later be processed into evidence and completely sealed and everything.
And approximately how long were you there? Do you recall?
No, several hours.
And did you have further contact with Harley Hunt at that time?
While I was waiting for other detectives, I spoke with her kind of about various topics. She had notified me about her career aspirations and about kind of different various things. But if I would mention anything involving her brother, she would refuse to talk to me.
Was that unusual to you?
It seemed odd, yes.
Was she otherwise pretty talkative when she didn't talk about the reason why you're at the house searching?
Yes, sir.
And did you note the things that you actually bagged and later submitted into the evidence locker?
Yes, sir.
Do you have, can you tell the jury those items and I can help you refresh?
Yeah, I have a copy of my report if I can reference.
If you could turn to, it would be page date stamp 10075, 5 of 6 of your report.
Okay.
Have you done that?
Yes, sir.
Here are the items that you bagged and later submitted into evidence.
Okay. We collected a burned carpet square found in the trash can located in the backyard of the house. And this was found by Detective Farrell. A candle that appeared to have carpet fibers, a sock,
and other items melted into the wax. This was found in a different trash can located in the back of the house by Detective Farrell.
I'm gonna object is that you're saying that where the stuff was found and who found it would have been related by somebody else.
Mr. Young?
Yeah, and it goes to the chain of custody. Detective Farrell is going to be testifying next, and he's going to cover these items. But since she's the one that actually put them in envelopes and sealed them, I've got to be able to cover it with her.
Overruled.
I think you're on number 3 there.
Yes, number 3 was swabs from a black and white Nike woman's right shoe. This was found in the laundry room by the garage by Detective Farrell. Swabs from a black and white woman's left shoe. This was found in the laundry room by the garage by Detective Farrell. Swabs of the light switch located in the basement hallway outside of Gannon's room, collected by Detective Farrell. Swabs of the light switch located inside Gannon's room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Farrell. Swabs of Gannon's bed located on the east wall of the room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Pete Vigil. Additional swabs of Gannon's bed located on the east wall of the room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Vigil. Swabs of the exterior side of Gannon's door in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Vigil.
So you noted who collected those items. Would those detectives physically hand those items over to you for you to seal them in an envelope?
Correct. I would place them into an envelope and we would close it but not completely seal it until it was later processed at the evidence facility.
And did you later process those items at the evidence facility?
Yes, sir.
And did you seal them with tape?
Correct.
And is that so when the items would go to the lab for testing, they would be sealed until someone from the lab opened them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me turn your attention now to January 29th of 2020. Were you at the El Paso County Sheriff's Police Department here, right downtown?
Sheriff's office, yes, sir.
Is that on Vermajo and Tejon, just across the street?
Yes, sir.
Were you there waiting for Miss Stauch, the defendant, to show up for an interview?
Yes, sir.
And did she show up?
No, sir.
Did she show up late?
Wow.
I believe she showed up later after I had already left.
Okay. When she arrived, did you go out to look at the vehicle that she arrived in?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what kind of vehicle did she arrive in?
In her VW Tiguan.
And is this the same VW Tiguan that you were looking?
Oh, this is
for
when she
tonight?
shows up and it's wet.
Yes, sir.
You had a description of it, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Did you have photos of it?
Yes.
Did you recognize it? Where did you see it on the 29th when Miss Stauch came down to the sheriff's department?
She was parked inside the El Paso County Sheriff's Office parking facility that is located off of Castilla. And it was parked, I believe, on the 3rd floor when we located it.
And what was its condition when you saw it?
It appeared to be freshly washed. There was still water droplets all over the outside of it.
Wow.
How do you know it was freshly washed?
It was a otherwise dry day. It wasn't raining. And so the presence of water on the entire exterior was unusual.
And was Detective Farrell with you at that point?
I believe so, yes.
And did he take pictures of the vehicle?
I believe so.
And did you later assist in obtaining a search warrant to search that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Based on what Ms. Stauch had to say in her interview, did you help obtain another warrant to search the house at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you know, did that house go back and be searched on January 29th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in that at all?
I believe that one was just the Metro Crime Lab.
Did you also have an opportunity to do what's called a canvass of various dumpsters in the university shopping center?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go to the university shopping center to do that?
So we had received information that Miss Stauch was seen at the Petco located at University Village on 2 occasions that day.
This would have been what day? Do you
The-
recall?
I believe the 28th. But
If your report indicates it
I'm
was
sorry,
January.
27th. There we go, sorry.
So January 27th, 2020, you had information that Ms. Stauch was at this shopping center?
Yes, sir.
And so what is a canvas of dumpsters? What does that mean?
So kind of looking for something out of place, perhaps something that would have been at the home that was removed from the home prior to our search, such as a suitcase or bedding or something along those lines.
Okay. Were you able to find anything and looking in those dumpsters and things?
No, sir.
And do you know how many times Ms. Stauch went to that particular shopping area that day?
I believe it was 2 times.
And we're going to look at some surveillance video from some neighbor's house later on this afternoon. Does that coincide with some of the times that we see Ms. Stauch leaving
Yes, sir.
her residence?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take you to January 31st of 2020 now. Did you receive some information that Ms. Stauch may had rented another vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What was that information, and can you share that with the jury?
I'd have to reference my report to remember the model of that vehicle.
Sure. We can go to page, it's Bates stamp 01200. It would be page 3 of your report dated January 31st, 2020.
I apologize. I do not have that report with me.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
You may.
You can read that top paragraph to yourself.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
You know the make and model of the car that Ms. Stauch was understanding may have rented at that time?
Yes, sir. I had been advised by Detective Farrell that she had rented a Nissan Altima.
And did you later learn that it was actually her aunt who had rented that vehicle?
I don't think I had been made aware of that.
Did you do anything to obtain a GPS or a warrant to put a GPS device on that particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
So due to kind of the ongoing issues we'd been having with knowing her Miss Stauch's location, because she kept telling us she was on her way and then she wouldn't be, and everything going on, we were afraid there was a chance of her fleeing. She had a lot of family out of state, so we were concerned that she may try to return out of state, and so we decided to get a tracking warrant to be aware of her location.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not a tracking unit was placed on that vehicle?
It was.
Did you also have information with regards to some financial transactions that were taking place between Ms. Stauch and Harley Hunt and their various bank accounts?
Yes, sir. We were made aware that a large amount of money had been transferred into Ms. Stauch's account, I believe from Harley's account.
And would that have been $2,600?
Yes, sir.
And was that concerning
What?
to the fact they may be leaving the area due to that transaction?
Yes, sir. That kind of corroborated our thought of she'd be moving this money so that she was able to flee the state.
And did you know where Ms. Stauch was from?
South Carolina.
She took her
Now
daughter's
turn your attention
savings.
to
Oh my God.
February 1st of 2020. Have you still been continuing watching these social media groups regarding Gannon Stauch and things like that?
Yes, sir.
And did you at one point look into a group that called Support T Stauch or words to that effect?
Yes, sir.
And was that on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual in those postings during this time period?
If I recall, that was the account that there was a family member of Ms. Stauch posting on that page.
Okay. And during the course of the investigation, did you learn of a photograph that was taken of Gannon Stauch while he was in bed during the early morning hours of January 27th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And did that cause you to look for anything based on those photographs?
Yes, sir. We had observed that the photograph with Gannon had a specific set of bedding in it that was not located during any of the previous search warrants at the residence.
At this time, I'd request to publish Exhibit 20 that's already been admitted in evidence.
Yo, this lady is trash. Letitia Stauch is trash.
Thanks, Judge. Okay, behind you and to my left.
I just want to make
is,
sure that they're
this
not
is
showing
Exhibit 20.
anything.
Is that the photograph you're talking about that you learned was taken on the early morning hours of January 27th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And what is it in this photograph? What items are you looking for at this point?
Yeah, I don't know if they're
The
showing a
red
before or
blanket
after
with the
picture.
snowflakes on it had not been located, as well as the sheet that is up above him, not the one that's on the bed, but it's blue and I believe it has airplanes on it.
Okay.
Or anchors, I'm sorry.
Anchors?
Yes.
And what about the pillow?
I think this is
Was the
okay
pillow
to
ever
show.
recovered or ever found?
No, sir.
And so what did you do? We can take that down now, thanks. But what did you do to look for these items and where did you go?
So we looked at a couple different locations. The primary one being we went to the El Paso County Transfer Station, known as the dump. And we had the staff locate the area of trash that had been collected around the time frame of the 27th. And they had told us where those items were, and we conducted a search of all of the trash and garbage, attempting to locate that bedding.
And would this be the landfill or, as you
Yes, sir.
said, the dump?
Yes, sir.
And did you search in the areas where that neighborhood, that trash would go to?
Yes, sir. They had located where that area had been dumped, and we were able to identify mail from different addresses on Mandan and Intrepid and in that area.
And did you find anything related to 6627 Mandan Drive?
No, sir.
I'm going to jump to February 4th now of 2020. Were you also assigned to review various surveillance videos from residents?
Yes, sir.
And would these be like ring video or doorbell videos, those type of things?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to start out with video footage from 6643 Mandan Drive. Are you familiar with that address?
Yes, sir.
And did you review all the video from that particular address?
Yes, sir.
And just so we're clear, are some of these videos different? Are some of them motion activated and some of them 24/7?
Yes, sir. There's different types of video surveillances. Some of them are set by the user that is able to only alert when there's motion within a certain distance, and they're able to adjust it. So they may only turn on if somebody approaches the front door, whereas others record constantly.
And the one we're going to talk about, 6643 Mandan, does that record constantly?
Yes, sir.
Did you sit down and watch hours and hours of surveillance video just to see what happens during the course of the 26th, the 27th into the 28th?
Yes, sir.
Wow, man, that is tedious.
What were you looking for?
Trying to see if there was anything that we could go off of as far as suspicious activity, if we could see the timeframes where Gannon was seen last, if we could kind of piece together the story of what happened.
Were you also looking for cooperative evidence of things that Ms. Stauch had told Detective Bethel and other members of your organization?
Yes, sir.
Were you familiar with this story about her being raped and somebody, construction guy coming to the house, a carpet guy named Eduardo, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
And were you watching this video nonstop to see if anybody would come or leave from that residence, especially in a truck that had carpet repair on it?
Yes, sir.
And was that based on what Ms. Stauch was telling you?
Yes, sir.
Or not telling you, but telling members of your team?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see a construction worker go in and out of the residence at the time frame that Gannon Stauch went missing?
No, sir.
When you're reviewing these particular videos, were you familiar with the people who lived at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Knew what Al Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Letitia Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
Ms. Stauch is wearing a light pink shirt.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Did you know what Lena Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
And Lena was the 8-year-old girl that lived there?
Yes, sir.
And did you know what Gannon Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
How about Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
You actually met Harley on the night of the 28th, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you know what vehicles were associated? We'll start with Harley. What kind of vehicle was Harley driving?
I remember hers was a silver sedan. I don't recall what model hers was.
Was it a white Volkswagen Jetta?
Sorry, white. Yes, sir.
Okay. And we already talked about Miss Stauch and the black Tiguan Volkswagen.
Yes, sir.
Was there another
bad.
vehicle that was assigned or that Al Stauch drove?
Yes, sir. There was a red Nissan Frontier.
And so as you're watching the videos, if you saw those vehicles move around, would you make note of it in your report?
Yes, sir.
If you saw those individuals walking around, would you make note of that in your report?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, if you saw a carpet worker named Eduardo go in the house and leave with a suitcase, would you put that in your report?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that?
No, sir, I did not.
Wow. No Eduardo. Shocker.
When you were looking for the blankets and the pillow and the covers from Gannon's bed, did you have any information as to where to look?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
It's not the first time I heard that. Did you have any GPS information as to Miss Stauch and her phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what a Life 360 app is?
Yes, sir.
And was there a Life 360 app associated with the defendant, Miss Stauch?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to track her whereabouts based on that app?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what a Life 360 app does?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What does it do?
So it's a app used a lot of time with families, so you're able to know where your family members are and it tracks your location.
And so were you able to search various areas that Miss Stauch may have been looking for items that might be related to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Did you find anything?
No, sir.
Now, we talked about dumpsters and canvassing dumpsters and things like that. Is it critical that you get to the dumpsters before the dumpsters go to, your words, the dump?
Yes, sir.
And by the time you get to this Life 360 app, had several days gone by?
Yes, sir.
In front of you, there's a series of discs. I'd like to start with People's Exhibit 41, which should be the one on top. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is People's Exhibit 41?
It is a disc containing video footage from 6643 Mandan Drive.
And would that be related to January 27th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Approximately 10:13 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc?
I did.
How do you know that?
My initials and date are on the top of the CD.
And does this particular disc have 2 clips on it?
Yes, sir.
And is it the disc that shows 6627 Mandan Drive from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict a black Tiguan, a red Nissan truck in that area?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict the video that you reviewed from that location?
Yes, sir.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 41 at this time.
Exhibit 41 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Let's go to 42 now. Do you see People's Exhibit 42?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 42?
It is going to be another video clip that depicts from 6643 that depicts 6627. That is later in the day than the first disc.
we talked about the Petco situation where Ms. Stauch went there a couple times in an afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Are these timeframes when the vehicle leaves and when the vehicle come back consistent with what we know and when she was at the Petco?
Yes, sir.
And does People's Exhibit 42 actually depict the surveillance video that you saw from 6643 Mandan Drive at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 42.
Defense?
objection.
Exhibit 42 will be admitted as well.
Now, in People's Exhibit 42, can you see individuals get out of this red Nissan truck?
Yes, sir.
And People's Exhibit 43, is that an enhanced version of People's Exhibit 42? So you can zoom in and see, for instance, individuals getting out of the truck at a closer view?
Yes, sir.
And does that accurately depict People's Exhibit 42, or at least a portion of that, as to when these individuals get out of the truck?
Yes, sir.
And can you see it more clear because of the zoomed in focused version?
Yes, sir.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 43.
Defense? Exhibit 43 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Next one is going to be People's Exhibit 46. What is People's Exhibit 46?
It's going to be another clip from the same address pointed at 6643 and shows Lena arriving home later in the day.
And is that accurately depict the video that you saw from 6643 Mandan Drive that depicts 6627 Mandan Drive when Lena gets home from school?
Yes, sir.
And does it depict Lena out in front of the residence for a certain amount of time after she gets home from school?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict that as to what you saw on 6643 from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 46.
Defense? Exhibit 46 will be admitted.
And then People's Exhibit 47. Do you have that? What is People's Exhibit 47?
So that's going to be later again in the day once Harley returns home to the house.
And again, does that accurately depict that portion of the video that you reviewed from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 47.
No objection.
Exhibit 47 will be admitted.
And then finally, we have People's Exhibit 220 there. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 220?
That is when the vehicle leaves the house later in the day.
Would that be the next day of January 28th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And did you review the surveillance video on the 28th in the morning hours
Yes, sir.
from 6643 Mandan Drive? Does that People's Exhibit 220 accurately depict what you saw? A vehicle leaving 6627, another vehicle backing out and backing into the garage?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 220.
Defense?
No objection.
Exhibit 220 will be admitted.
So we're going to go back to People's Exhibit 41. We indicated that it's 2 clips. Can you just briefly summarize what we're about to see, or would you prefer to do that after we see it?
I prefer to do it after.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. That's why I threw that in there. So why don't we publish People's Exhibit 41? And again, these are 2 clips. We'll start with the first clip on the disc, okay?
This is just surveillance footage, so I think it'll be okay. I don't think they're going to show any compromising photographs or anything like that.
So why don't we pause that real quick if you don't mind? I'm sorry, Ms. Gratiano. So now that we see the first slides of this People's Exhibit 41, can you just point out what we're looking at and where 6627 would be located? There should be a pointer up there. I say pointer that.
Yes, sir. So right here is the red Nissan Frontier associated to this address. So this house right here would be 6627.
And can we see the black Tiguan in this image?
Yes, sir. The black Tiguan.
And so would 6643 be a couple houses north of 6627?
Yes, sir.
So we're now looking from north to the south towards 6627, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hit play, please.
Um, yeah, not sure because she just testified that it was Lena getting home in one of the
Move across,
videos.
please.
So maybe that footage
You
where
see an
people
individual
presume it was
walking
Gannon
there
getting out,
to
it could
a
have been
red
Lena.
Nissan truck. Do you know who that individual is?
It appeared to be Gannon.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Well, does Gannon drive the truck?
No, sir. Can we, sorry, go.
Is that hard for you to see from there?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we continue to play and watch and see what happens, okay?
Sorry.
Careful, careful. Yeah, I don't think that we saw this footage yet. Maybe we did. It's hard to tell because we're seeing the screen. But if I remember correctly, the footage was just a pair of feet. That's all you could see coming out of that side. You couldn't really tell who it was.
Does that kind of refresh your recollection of who that might be?
Yes, sir. I believe that was Miss Stauch moving the truck.
The defendant, Ms. Stauch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we go ahead and resume, please? Thank you. Can we pause it, please? Now we see an individual walk towards the back of the red Nissan. Do you know who that individual is?
I apologize for before that was Gannon.
Is this when we see Gannon come to the truck?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the clothing that he had on?
I do not.
Is it a little bit more difficult to see on these TV monitors than a computer?
Yes, sir.
I imagine when you're watching these videos, you were probably looking at a computer screen.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hit resume, please.
Yeah, I don't think this part of the evidence is very strong. But I mean, it really doesn't matter considering everything else, you know?
That's clip one for the record. It's approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, clip two, does that overlap clip one a little bit? Will we pick up towards the end of clip one and then take it from there?
Yes, sir.
We can play clip two now, please. for the record, that concludes clip 2 of People's Exhibit 41, which is 3 minutes and 1 second long. We talked about when you initially saw this video, you were sitting in a computer screen. Would you take notes as to what you actually saw happen and then later transfer those notes to a report?
Yes, sir.
And do you have that report there in front of you?
I believe so.
I'll direct you to page 3 of 4 of your report dated March 10th, 2020. Page stamp 11137.
I'm sorry, you said March 10th?
Yes.
I do not have that one with me.
Okay. Let me approach her.
You may.
A copy of the report.
Yes, sir.
And do you have the descriptions of what you see taking place on the video as you're watching it from your computer screen?
Yes, sir.
And can you just kind of read to yourself what you have noted from People's Exhibit 41 that we just saw when Gannon and the defendant leave in the red Frontier truck?
Yes.
Okay, have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
And in your report, you specifically put who walks out to the truck when it's in the street, gets in it, drives out, and backs into the driveway.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Miss Stauch.
And when you're watching this on your computer, are you able to go back and watch it several times to make sure you got everything right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you also note when they come back out of the house and the truck is in the driveway, who gets in and who's where?
Yes, sir.
Who do you note? What do you note there?
I had observed that Gannon stepped into the driver's side back seat and Miss Stauch appeared to get into the driver's seat after she walked back inside and then came back out.
And do you have a time for that particular action?
Yes, that was at 10:13 a.m.
And do you have a time for when they actually leave?
That was at 10:15 a.m.
And does that coincide with this Petco trip that we talked about where she's seen at the Petco area and you search that shopping area?
Yes, sir.
Now, before we play People's Exhibit 42, what I'd like to do is have you summarize what we're about to see in People's Exhibit 42, okay?
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yes, sir. So in that exhibit, one of the other vehicles is leaving the house.
Well, is People's Exhibit 42 when they come back after they leave at 2:20 p.m. in the afternoon on January 27th?
Oh, I'm
2020?
sorry, I've got the wrong disc. This is confusing me. Okay, yes, sorry. 42 is when they are seen returning back to the residence.
Okay, so what do you see? What do you see on the video and what did you note as you're watching it closely at your desk?
So I observed that the red Frontier returns and it was initially hard to tell because she's seen stepping out of the vehicle and then upon closer examination, it was seen that a shadow is seen in the footage of what appears to be Gannon stepping out of the vehicle as well.
And does that happen as soon as the driver's side door opens in the video?
Yes, sir.
This time we request to publish People's Exhibit 42.
You may.
Yeah, we're not going to see much here. This isn't designed for us to see. This is designed for the jury to see. But like I said, I don't think that this testimony is considered real strong testimony necessarily. Because again, she notice how she answers. It's very similar to the affidavit where she says it appears to be Gannon. Never does she say, yes, that's definitely Gannon. So, but it doesn't really matter because all of the other evidence seems to be really, really overwhelming. So, and no, you haven't lost sound. It's just that there is, it's surveillance footage. There's no sound to the surveillance footage.
Can you pause it, please? Sorry. So we paused it at 2:35. Did you see the shadow you were talking about in this particular video clip?
It is hard to see from this distance.
Can you see it clearer in People's Exhibit 43?
Yes, sir.
Now, I probably should have asked you this before we played this, but where does this shadow come from?
I believe it is the back passenger seat. The door opens. If I could refresh my recollection.
Well, it's on the opposite side of the truck that we're seeing here in the rear
Yeah.
passenger side seat, right side of the truck.
Yes, sir.
And does it happen very quickly in the door?
Yes, sir.
We can go ahead and resume, please. That concludes People's Exhibit 42. It's 7 minutes and 26 seconds long. I want to talk to you about the end there. We see the black Tiguan right back out of the driveway, turn around, and then back into the driveway. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell whether or not it backed all the way into the garage?
Based on the shadows underneath the frontier, it appeared to back all the way into the garage.
And are you familiar with other surveillance video in this investigation from across the street, 6626 Mandan Drive?
No, sir.
You didn't watch that one?
I don't think so, no.
And at the end of People's Exhibit 42, we see some individuals, looks like they cross the street at the end of the road.
Yes, sir.
Start walking up the sidewalk.
Yes, sir.
Is that soon after the Tiguan is backed into the garage?
Yes, sir.
And then we see a vehicle come by shortly after that.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, if there's other surveillance video across the street at 6626, they would pick up that same activity so you can coincide the two different videos. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We're going to play People's Exhibit 43 now, and I just want to give it some context. It's not going to be, excuse me, everything that we just saw in People's Exhibit 42. Tell us what we're going to see.
So 43 is going to be the kind of zoomed in on those shadows that I referenced previously of being able to see a shadow consistent with somebody stepping out of the frontier.
Okay.
I don't know if we've ever seen this footage right here.
that concludes People's Exhibit 43. It's 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Could you see it clearer in People's Exhibit 43, the leg drop on the other side of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not the garage door was open or closed when they got back?
I do not.
Would it be able to show it if it was from 6626 Mandan Drive across the street, if the garage was open or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you annotate in your report what time Ms. Stauch moves the Tiguan to back it into the garage?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What time was that?
2:24 p.m.
And the next disc, People's Exhibit 46, is that approximately 3:11 p.m. when we see a school bus coming by that has Lena on it?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, publish People's Exhibit 46 now, please.
Wait, there's some audio there.
Go ahead and pause it, please. Okay, we paused it at 2:07 into the video. There appears to be a child by the red Nissan truck walking up the driveway. Do you know who that is?
It appeared to be Lena.
And is that consistent with her coming from the bus stop, which is around the corner?
Yes, sir.
There appears to be people working on some kind of electrical box out in the front yard of 6627.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not those individuals were ever interviewed?
Detective Arndt was going to follow up with them. I'm not sure if they were interviewed.
Okay. But what do we see with Lena coming home from school? Does she have anything on her person?
It's hard to tell from here. I believe she had a backpack on her, though.
And is she able to go into the house when she comes home from school?
I believe she went in very briefly.
Can we work on the volume? Or not go up any higher? We're going to see if we can increase the volume, Judge, before you hit presume.
All right.
Could you hear Lena talking and saying things to the individuals out in the front yard and to someone at the house?
Yes, sir.
Good. Let's go ahead and resume it now, please. No, no. Yeah, way down there. I'm on a new wire. Hold the wire.
Wish I could hear that audio better.
Reprise it, please. Who do we see that are walking on the sidewalk?
Appears to be Lena.
And did you see where she came from?
It looked like she came from the area of the front door garage area of the house.
Did she come from the opposite side of the truck?
I did not see that part. I apologize.
Just to kind of give us some context, they get home at 2:20 p.m. What time was it when Miss Stauch moved the Tiguan into the garage?
At 2:24.
And the school bus comes back at 3:11, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this video is 19 minutes and 29 seconds long.
Yes, sir.
Is Lena outside for this entire 19 minutes and 29 seconds?
I'm unable to tell due to her being off camera.
What time would it be if we take from the time the Volkswagen backed into the garage up until the end of this 19, I guess it would be what, 3:30, something like that?
Approximately an hour.
And from you reviewing all this video, who are the two people inside the house for that hour?
Gannon and his mother, or his stepmother, sorry, the defendant.
We can resume, please. And is that Lena that we see walking by? It's at 9:06, right?
You gotta hook it up up there.
I didn't get up there.
We paused it at 10:50. Your Honor, I think it might be a good idea for the jury to stretch out maybe or stand up or.
Okay, we can do that. Everybody do a seventh inning stretch. All right, we all good to go? All right.
So before we hit resume and before the seventh inning stretch here, did you see where Lena went as she walked back towards the house?
Yeah, she appeared to go on the other side of the Nissan.
And would that be consistent with going through the garage door? In other words, when we saw her get off the bus and come home from school, she walked on this side of the Nissan to the front door perhaps.
Yes, sir.
Is it also consistent with going to the garage door if she's on the other side of the truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can go ahead and resume, please.
Okay. That's pretty hot.
I don't know if they think it's the exact time that Gannon was murdered. I think they're just trying to build a time frame as to when. They think it's the exact time. They're just trying to build or paint the timeline picture here. Because in the affidavit, and remember, that's not even the official affidavit. That was the affidavit that was made prior to them finding Gannon's body. So there was a whole nother affidavit after that, one that we did not have access to, because she was arrested prior to them finding Gannon. So the affidavit that we are made aware of basically uses this footage here to help create a timeline, more or less, as to when they believe Gannon was killed. She took off and ran from the cops. Remember that. It was established Friday that she took off running from the cops.
We see, is that Lane on the bicycle riding away from her house?
Yes, sir.
Do we ever see her when she gets back to the house? Are we able to pick that up at all?
We do not.
So we don't know what time she got back into the house?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to publish People's Exhibit 47 in a minute, but before we do that, is People's Exhibit 47 essentially Harley getting home from work, Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
And is Harley Hunt in the house for a period of time?
Yes.
And then what happens after 10 or so minutes?
Harley and Lena both appear to leave in Harley's vehicle.
Yeah, if it's okay, what we may do is start it as to when Harley gets home and then fast forward to when they leave, because the rest of it's just the white Jetta sitting in front of the house, unless the court wants to watch the whole.
Is there an objection by the defense?
No.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll go ahead and publish People's Exhibit 47 now.
I'm surprised they didn't take advantage and use it to stall. See, we found out that she ran from the police prior to her even being arrested. They just wanted to search the vehicle. They were executing a warrant for the vehicle and for the phone, Harley's phone, I believe it was, and that was it. And she took off. Had Harley standing there freaking out.
So we paused it at 55 seconds. We saw a white vehicle pull up. Do you know whose vehicle that is?
It'd be Harley's VW Jetta, or Jetta, sorry.
And was that Harley who got out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
She goes in, and then you said her and Lena come out later?
Yes, sir.
If we can just fast forward to about I would say 11 minutes. Okay, go back just a little bit. Right there's good. So before you hit play, we're at 15:13 on the video, Your Honor. Go ahead, hit play.
And just in case there's anybody wondering, like when you see my name,
Okay, that concludes People's Exhibit 47 at 16 minutes and 16 seconds.
I'm not an
We do
attorney,
have
I'm not
Harley
a
getting home
doctor,
at
it's just a joke.
4:37 PM on January 28, 2020. She's in the house for approximately 15 minutes. Would it be safe to say that at 4:52 PM is when her and Lena leave?
Yes, sir. I believe I have 451 annotated in my report.
I was close. Okay, let's go to People's Exhibit 220 now. Now we're on January, that was January 27th. Okay, so January 27th at 4:37 PM, Harley gets home.
Yes, sir.
And 4:51, they leave to go, okay? Now we're at the 28th, and I want to turn your attention to People's Exhibit 222. Basically.
Yeah,
220,
me,
I'm sorry.
that's what I think was
Yeah,
going
People's
on.
Exhibit 220, you're correct, Your Honor.
She wanted
Two clips
the
on
kids out of the
this.
house so she could
Could you
clean.
describe what the first clip is, if you remember?
The first one would be the defendant leaving for the airport in her vehicle, and the second clip was when she had Harley move her Jetta, and they kind of were just repositioning vehicles in the driveway.
Oh, okay.
So would the first clip be at 8:13 AM or approximately that time frame?
I believe so.
And based on your understanding of the investigation, that's when she's going to the Colorado Springs Airport to pick up Al Stauch, her husband at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can go ahead and play clip 1, please.
Okay, so the cleaning had already taken place. This is not the day of. Yeah, this is January 28th, Tuesday, the following
Now,
day
we just
after
finished
Gannon
clip
was
1. It
killed.
was, God, I want to say 50-something seconds. I didn't catch the time, Your Honor. The Tiguan leaves the driveway and it looks like it stopped at the end of the driveway. Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that an issue with the tape, or did Ms. Stauch actually stop and sit there for a second?
I do not recall.
You don't know?
I'm not sure.
All right. Let's go ahead and play clip 2.
So, so when she goes to the airport, to pick up Al, she rents 2019 Kia Rio from Avis Rent-A-Car. And then when she gets back at 12:57 p.m., almost 1 p.m., that's when she sends she makes the search from Gannon's phone, or sorry, from her own phone, saying, can Nintendo find my Switch? Yeah, so when she has Harley move the car and she leaves to go pick up Al from the airport, that's when she leaves the car at the airport, and then gets the Kia Rio from Avis. And then later that afternoon, after 4 p.m. is when she texts Al because law enforcement asked her for DNA. They asked her for Gannon's toothbrushes and whatnot. So she texts Al saying, oh, they're hiding something. I don't think the kids heard
That
anything.
includes.
If they did, it was
Gunshot.
Harley. I don't think Lena heard
Did it
anything.
appear to you that the Volkswagen Jetta went into the garage?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time that took place in relation to the defendant leaving for the airport at 8:13 a.m.?
I do not.
Do you have that in your report?
I do not. No.
Can I retrieve that report, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
I can just have a second, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you have your report dated February 4th, 2020?
I do.
I'll turn your attention to the last page, which is 5 of 5. It's Bate stamp 01426. Do you document when the Jetta pulls out of the driveway and then pulls back into the driveway and goes into the garage?
Yes, sir. That was at 8:51 a.m.
And when it pulls back in, is it 8:53 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective. How are you?
Good afternoon. Doing all right.
All right. So you've been a detective with the sheriff's office for 9 years now?
Detective for about 3 years, been employed for 9 years.
Oh, okay. And going back kind of to the beginning with this, with this case, you did, how many searches did you do of 6627 Mandan Drive?
I believe I participated in 2 of them.
Okay, and one would have been on the Tuesday and then one on the Wednesday. Were they in back-to-back days?
I believe so.
Okay. And what time did you get there on Tuesday?
I would have to refresh my recollection by referencing my report.
You have that report up there?
I believe so.
Okay.
I arrived at the residence approximately 10 o'clock on the 28th, so I believe it was about that time when I,
Okay, 10 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock PM.
PM, okay. And when you got there, who's there?
At that time, there was Detective Farrell, Detective Vigil, Detective Arndt. I had arrived with Detective Williams, Lena and Harley were at the residence.
They were at the residence?
Yes, sir.
Now, ideally, if you're doing a search of a crime scene, the best case scenario, you're there quickly after the crime occurred.
Yes, sir.
And then that crime scene would be secured.
Yes, sir.
Why would you want to secure, why do you guys secure crime scenes generally?
For preservation of evidence.
Okay, because you don't want other people, civilians, whoever, going into that crime scene and either taking something out that should have been there or leaving something that shouldn't be there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes it can be even done unintentionally. I mean, you could leave trace evidence, fingerprints.
Wasn't
DNA
established as a
hairs,
crime scene yet, dude.
That could corrupt a crime scene if it's not secure.
Yes, sir.
And so this obviously, based upon the information, the best case scenario, it's up to a day, if not more, past when you believe the crime occurred, when the house is searched, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know how long, and so was Harley there before any detectives got there?
I do not know. I was not the first one there.
And do you know how long Harley had unfettered access to the crime scene?
I do not.
She was the
Wow.
only, well, she's 17 at the time, but she's the closest thing to an adult civilian there when you guys get there.
Yes, sir.
It's just her.
What's he getting at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you leave, Lena is taken from the crime scene, but Harley is left there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so again, Harley has access to the crime scene after the search is done, and then before you guys do the search the next day.
While I was at the residence, I had described that I was performing scribe duties, so I was in.
They're
the
establishing
kitchen
doubt.
area, and Harley remained
Gerda
in
K.
my immediate view the entire time.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question.
It's actually a
After you
smart
guys
move
leave,
on their
And before you guys
part.
come back to do the second search, she would have had unfettered access to the crime scene.
She left while we were at the residence. I do not know if she had returned to the
Okay. So
address.
she may or may not have unfettered access to the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going to
They're implying that
those
Harley could have
videos
tampered with the
that
evidence.
we were just watching, it appears that the truck gets back to the residence around 2:19. That I'm going back to the videos that we were just watching just now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is, at least the best of what you can see, it appears it's Ms. Stauch and Gannon getting out of the truck at that point in time and going into the residence.
Yes, sir.
And then about sometime after 3, we see the school bus, and it looks like Lena then goes into the house around 3:11, 3:10, 3:11.
It's a little bit after that, but yes, sir.
Okay. I also noticed on that video, it appears during the whole course of the day, there was a lot of utility workers on that street right in front of the house working on that transponder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never interviewed any of those utility workers?
Detective Arndt was going to be reaching out to them.
To the best of your knowledge, did any of those utility workers report hearing gunshots?
Not that I'm aware of.
Based from that video, if somebody's coming from the south, you can't really tell. I mean, somebody could come from the south and get into that house and be undetected, correct?
Potentially, yes.
I mean, it appears Lena did that when she came back from her bike,
Yes, sir.
because we see her leave on the bike and you watch like You watched close to like 48 hours of that video.
Smoke and
correct?
mirrors.
A lot of video.
It's just
Okay, so we see Lena leave on that bike. We never see her go back into the house
direction.
from the bike.
It's the defense's job
And
to
then
do
we
this.
see her leave the house with Harley to get in the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it appears that somehow Lena was able to access and get inside the house that was not captured on that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
In some portion of that video, especially during the day, that's actually appears or sounds like you get some pretty decent sound quality.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you can actually hear Lena talking with the utility worker there.
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't feel like they're yelling. It kind of appears like they're just talking.
Yes, sir.
So it's a
You never
utility
heard
worker.
any gunshots in the 48 hours of video that you reviewed.
Not that I recall, sir.
And then lastly, that the next morning, for some reason, it doesn't appear to be sound on the video. Do you know why?
I do not.
Do you know why sometimes there's sound on the video and sometimes there's not?
I do not.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
In an ideal situation, you'd like to show up to a crime scene right after the crime happens, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the reasons you want to do that is because you don't want whoever committed the crime to clean up that crime scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, who was controlling when police came to the house on January 27th, 2020?
Mr. and Miss Stauch.
The reason why the sheriff's office got involved at all is because Miss Stout called 911, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she called 911 shortly after 6 p.m. that evening.
Yes, sir.
Police arrived shortly after 10 p.m. that evening.
I think initial responders had arrived earlier. The detectives did not arrive until later.
But you can see when you're looking at the video on 6643, when the sheriff deputies showed up, right? It was after 10 p.m. that night.
I believe so.
Okay. And the jury's already seen the body worn camera of Deputy Yumpkin and the audio of Deputy Parker.
Objection, another question.
Yeah, sustained.
Hold
on.
I
Jury
agree.
Jury, that's good, because I'm going to tell the jury that they will disregard counsel's comments. As we know, nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. Mr. Young, if you have a question.
So you were able to see when the deputies arrived on January 27th, 2020
Yes, sir.
for the first time,
Yes, sir.
and that was after 10 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Now, based on your investigations and your career as a deputy in the sheriff's office, have you been called out to gunshots fired, those type of scenes?
Yes, sir.
And have you done neighborhood canvasses where there's been gunshots alleged to be fired?
Yes, sir.
And have you talked to neighbors who have both heard gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to neighbors who did not hear gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Is there ways to muffle the gunshot?
Yes, sir.
Is it surprising to you that no one heard a gunshot when Gannon was killed?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
No, sir.
Woo!
Did you even know that Gannon had been shot until after March of 2020 when his body was discovered?
I did not.
Did you even know to ask anyone if they heard gunshots?
I did not.
Those are my questions, Joey.
Boom.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Perry?
Nice.
All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:05, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
That was actually pretty slick. You guys got to understand, they're not necessarily trying to put the blame on Harley. Their job, the defense's job, is merely to just create any type of doubt, any chance they have to cause any type of confusion.
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:05.
The idea is to make the prosecution's evidence too confusing. I mean, if it's got a timeline established to it and it's cut and dry, there's no doubt. But their idea is to poke their job is to poke holes to some degree, and saying, well, the evidence could have been tampered with. You could hear Lena speaking with the utility worker. Why couldn't we hear gunshots in the entire 48 hours? But the prosecution did a great job with redirect in basically saying, well, okay, so did you even know that Gannon had been shot? Were you listening for gunshots? I mean, gunshots can be muffled. I mean, if he was shot in his bedroom, okay, folks, and bear with me because I realize this is going to get a little graphic. I realize it's going to get a little tough to listen to, but if Gannon was killed in this horrific way in his bedroom, in his bed, which is what law enforcement believes, then he was killed in the basement. It's quite possible that the basement alone was enough to muffle the gunshots. So you wouldn't be able to hear them. So it's interesting that it would be difficult if the prosecution would have brought that up, then they'd be in a position to have to prove that, right? So if law enforcement, if the prosecution were in a position to where they end up saying, well, you know, it was in the basement, he was killed in the basement, how would you hear that? Then they'd have to get these experts, they'd have to get all of this. They'd have to break down and prove that you wouldn't necessarily hear a gunshot from the basement. So they're just not letting that happen. The best way to go is just to kind of keep the eyes on the prize as far as the jury goes. Like, hey, stop looking over there, jury. Come back. This is where we're going. We're going this way. We're not going that way. We're going this way. And that's basically what the prosecution was doing. They established that the idea was to establish more or less a timeline as far as the surveillance, as far as the doorbell footage from the neighbor, and that's it. And her job was to review that footage and analyze it, and that's it. She was up there to testify what she saw, what she identified as to who was being who, and that's it. So it wasn't it's like I said, it was a slick attempt by the defense to cause a little confusion with their cross-examination for that one witness, but I don't think that they succeeded. They tried, but the prosecution brought it back pretty thoroughly, I thought. So yeah, the defense's opening statements, I mean, basically say that she admits to killing Gannon. She's just trying to say that she is a victim of dissociative identity disorder. And I don't think they're going to get an expert to get up there and prove that. But I do believe that the prosecution has plenty of experts that are going to say that are going to disprove that and say no, that she is not suffering from dissociative identity disorder, and that it is not a defense. She was aware of her actions, and she's aware of and aware enough to try to cover it up. And I mean, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know what the signs are necessarily of dissociative identity disorder. I'm not aware. Regardless of my name there, it's just a joke, folks. I'm not a doctor and I'm not an attorney, so Yeah, it sounded like they were trying to throw Harley under the bus. I don't think they were trying to throw Harley under the bus. I think that they didn't care if they were throwing her under the bus in order to create the doubt that they were trying to create. They were simply trying to say, well, anybody could have messed with that evidence. The evidence could have been messed with. There was a child, there was a 17-year-old that's old enough to work, maintain a job. Now, what really got me was that there were funds transferred from Harley's bank account to Letitia's bank account. And I can't remember if it was 26,000 or 2,600. But they established that the motive behind transferring the reason for transferring that money was to get out of town, to run. Yeah, there's just and they probably had enough to arrest her way before. Again, people, it takes time to build a case. It takes time to build a case, and this is the reason why it takes time to build a case. Even though they might have enough to arrest someone on, they still have to establish an airtight case. The best way to do that is to document all of their movements, especially if that movement indicates that it indicates a person showing signs of guilt. So that's what it seems like they've been doing that entire time before they actually placed her under arrest. Thank you, Calamity Jade, for the Cash App. I appreciate that. We still got about 15 minutes before, a little bit more than that, about 18 minutes before they come back. See something here. I had to check something out there. Just keeping tabs. I'm just looking for I'm going to play this news clip.
Tonight, it's been exactly 1 year since 11-year-old Gannon Stauch disappeared. His stepmom, Letitia Stauch, accused of his murder. Behind all the questions about the case is a boy whose life was cut short and a family who's had to find a way to keep going. Our Colette Bordelon live in Larson Ranch tonight in the southeast part of the county after speaking with Gannon's father. Colette.
Yeah, this neighborhood lit up blue in the days and weeks following today in 2020. Now, They're doing that again tonight. They're bringing back the light in honor of Gannon as his dad reflects with me on what this past year has been like without his son by his side.
I know he's gone in this life, but where he's at, he's in a better place than we could ever imagine.
In this neighborhood, there aren't many mysteries.
We basically were following it from day one.
Shock that a child was missing, which is why Lorson Ranch will never forget. January 27th, 2020.
We all had a feeling, but we hoped it wasn't true.
Gannon Stauch, an 11-year-old son and brother,
We're begging and pleading for you to come home.
disappeared from his home.
We wanted to do everything we could to try to help.
A normally quiet neighborhood changed.
Crawling under garage doors of vacant units, looking under the bridges, under the culverts. It was snowing. It was cold that night.
Blue lights meant to guide Gannon home, seen on every corner, while his family held on to something more.
I have hope. So please have hope with me.
Weeks passed before learning Gannon wasn't coming home.
Today I got the worst news and the best news. Obviously, we know what the worst news is, but the best news is that justice will be served. And I'll make sure that justice is served because my boy did not deserve any of this that has happened to him.
The answer no one wanted to hear.
It's hard to imagine a day. So
For Gannon's dad, Al Stauch, March 2nd was the day the light of hope dimmed when an arrest was made in his son's murder.
your little boy, my only boy, was gone.
And while words can't sum up his son,
Love is one. I mean, he just was full of love.
there are words he wishes he could say to Gannon one more time.
It would be the same thing that I told him every day. I love you. Don't get off the bus without your sister. That's what I would say to him. The same thing, because that's what I miss.
Something no parent should have to live through.
It would have been so easy to lay down and just let this overtake us, but we're still here and still going.
With his memories frozen in frames.
As we look around, we got pictures on the wall and stuff, and sometimes it's hard to see those.
And as time ticks on, he finds strength in his daughter, Gannon's sister, Lena.
My whole world has been about her and making sure she's able to make it through this.
I love you.
Me too.
Love, a force that lasts long after tragedy.
I don't really want to focus on what we've been through, but
She looks just
our
like her mom.
gratitude and appreciation. And I can't express enough the thanks for what the good people in the community have done throughout this past year.
Honoring Gannon by holding our loved ones tight.
At a year later, these blue lights for all of us, I think, are a way to remember him, to let him and his family know he's not forgotten.
Because love brings light, even in the darkest of places. Neighbors here in Lorson Ranch hope those blue lights spread beyond just this neighborhood. If you have any pictures of blue decorations or lights up at your home tonight, they want to see a picture of that on Facebook. All the information on where to post it can be found on KOAA.com. Always watching out for you, Southern Colorado. Colette Bordelon, News 5.
Colette, thank you. And the suspect, Letitia Stauch, was recently and for the second time deemed competent to stand trial. She's due back in court in March.
Yeah, that didn't happen. That was 2 years ago. That news clip is from 2 years ago. So, yeah, that didn't happen. More stalling. Deemed for the second time competent. No. Sorry, I almost clicked on something that I got. I'm just looking for stuff to fill in time here, folks, for the moment. USAF Monica, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you guys for throwing all your blue hearts up. Really enjoy your channel. Glad I came across you, even if it was through a shit creator. Well, I'm glad it came through a shit creator. Shit. That's great. I'm grateful. Okay, let's do a little recap here in a second. Calamity Jade, thank you so much. FYI, the 90s song The Way by Fastball was written about an elderly couple that disappeared and found states away tragically. Really? I know all the words.
Neighborhood who was working for the Lorson Ranch people. So this is why I came back to you and said I didn't think it was the carpet guy. I say working for the Lorson Ranch people. I don't know who he worked for.
Like whatever that Emory Homes or whatever it's called.
He was working for the home company. I approached the guy, asked him, could he go fix the carpet? You know, that was before we even hit the road.
So that was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I meant to tell you this. So it was before Dunkin' Donuts and all that. So I gave him the garage code because he apparently worked for the company or whatever. I gave him the garage code and told him I had money sitting on the counter because Charlie was gonna. I remember I've been playing those lottery ticket things. I was tens because I was like, well, he can just have those tens and I'll get more money from. That's why I had one on the lottery. Well, that's why I thought that the carpet person, you know, had access to the house, whatever. Come to find out later on, he didn't even make it there. But I'll get to that point when we get there.
Why would you give him access to the house?
Well, because he was
yeah, but
like part of the people, and Gannon was with me.
Okay, all right.
So I didn't think anything was a threat if the children were with me.
Yeah, I got you.
Someone was going to come in or whatever.
But that, you know how I am about that stuff too, right? I mean, anyways, I don't want to stop you. Just, that kind of worries me there, but go ahead. You there?
I didn't give him a code to be any kind of whatever.
No.
I was trying to get the carpet fixed so the boy could not be so upset.
I got it. I just don't like, you know how I am. I don't like people having access to our house and stuff. But, whatever. Just go on because I don't think that's a big deal. So.
Yeah, continue with your bullshit story, please.
Sorry.
I wanted to make sure I didn't leave out that point.
Okay.
So, fast forwarding on, you know, we have to hurry up. We have to get back because I knew that Lena would be coming home at some point. The original plan was we were going to go pick Lena up. That was the original plan. But like, hey, we're going to go eat sushi tonight because everybody been talking about eating sushi.
Yeah.
Gannon wanted to stay at home. And I was like, no, Gannon, you probably shouldn't stay at home. You still aren't feeling the best, whatever. You should not stay at home. I said, so we're all going to eat sushi. If you don't like it, you can just get rice, chicken, yada, yada. So that was our plan for the day. We get home about, I don't know what time the alarm got set off. 2:30, 2:45, whatever the bull crap is. Okay? Well, I noticed that during the time frame, I set the alarm to alarm away. And I have it from the ADT.
Okay.
When we left. Somehow, during some point, the alarm changed from alarm away to alarm stay.
What point? I had all
this, and which was on my phone that they took.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I called ADT and I said, hey, what are the steps in alarm going to arm away to arm stay? And they instructed me that if the door was not open with a sensor, it could have been that you accidentally set the house to alarm away, and it would have went to arm stay if it noticed movement that was already in the house.
Oh, I got you.
Right. But there's a sensor on the garage door.
Right.
Okay. So keep this in mind prior
There's a
to
sensor on the garage door?
I know, on the door coming in from the garage, there's no sensor.
No, you said there was. So yeah, there's not. I didn't think there was.
Yeah, I was saying there's no sensor. I might have said it so fast. I was saying there's no
Okay.
sensor.
Sorry. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
So either you can come in, you could set the alarm to arm away, and you can walk in through the garage, and it will immediately go to arm stay. Or you can set it to arm away, and when the dogs move, and it will go to arm stay. As long as that back glass door wasn't triggered, and that front door wasn't triggered, it will not change.
Okay.
So
All right.
keep that in mind, okay? So this whole thing about your neighbor, he got paid $5,000 to release this video. It's a proven fact, okay? It's already been looked at by tens of thousands of people, and it's been investigated. Gannon and Stauch got out the other side of the vehicle.
Okay. All right.
Shadows, movements, infrared, whatever you want to call it. Gannon got out the other side of the vehicle. Okay.
So okay. All right. So he's
Go ahead, ask a question.
he's home with you now, is what you're saying. At this point in the timeline.
Yeah, so it's like maybe 2:45 or 2:30. I'm not sure exactly, but in that time frame before Lena got home, I'm getting out, going in the house, or whatever. Gannon goes in, and Gannon goes straight to his room. I go upstairs because I was like, had wanted to try to get on that Peloton the other night. Didn't get a chance to. Put my headphones on, yada, yada, yada. So I'm in there. Gannon had asked me, that you said that he could go with a friend. You then text me, I don't know exactly what time, but at some point in time, you had told me, don't let Gannon go with a friend or something.
Yeah, right.
Gannon came back and said that you said he could go with a friend and come back later tonight. Again, I said, your daddy said you can play with your friends in the neighborhood, but you cannot go with some friend in some car or whatever it may be. Put my headphones back on. That was where this gets where I have completely parts of the information and not parts of the information. I hear another loud noise downstairs. Not even about, 10, 15 minutes later, maybe 20 minutes. Yes.
But I thought you said you were doing the Peloton.
No, I said I've been wanting to go back and get on the Peloton because I didn't get to
Oh, okay.
the other night. So I had my headphones on and I was kind of like trying to get in the pre-workout mode or whatever you want to call it, because my goal had been trying to get on the Peloton every day.
Yeah, right.
So then
Wow.
I heard another noise again, and I was like, I pulled them off my ears. I know they're noise counseling, but I also am not stupid. I don't wear them all the way on my ears because they freaking hurt. And I was like, Gannon, didn't hear anything. And I just thought he's down there bumping and flopping and, doing this thing, whatever it may be. Still sitting there, just chilling, doing whatever. Heard another loud noise. And I thought, okay, this is it. Like, I thought he was stomping around, doing crazy things, whatever. He's supposed to be going to go play with a friend. When I walked downstairs at that original point in time, I thought that guy was the carpet guy. Similarities? I didn't really remember exactly what he looked like.
Wow.
But I remember some of the details. Now, fast forward, you'll hear me say night after night after night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this. I thought it was the carpet guy because there was carpet everywhere, boxes, you name it. That was the loud noises that I heard. Next thing I know, I'm out. blacked out. And which I told you this.
Yeah. So what, but what I'm concerned about with that is, did he take all those boxes and carpet with him when he left?
The carpet was already in the house.
Oh, but what about all, what, I just don't remember seeing any of that stuff when we got there. Did you clean, is that part of what you cleaned up or whatever?
No, the carpet was, I saw it there when the police watched me take my stuff out.
Okay, but you also mentioned he had a bunch of boxes and stuff, but I mean, it's not a big deal. I was just wondering because.
Boxes like laid out everywhere.
Right.
I told the detectives, I thought we were getting robbed.
Okay, I got you.
I thought that was the whole point of boxes was to get robbed.
Okay, all right.
On Gannon's table, which I'm sure it had to been if it was swiped correctly, I hit my head on the back of Gannon's table. Like hard. On the back of Gannon's table.
What table? The one I made him?
Yes.
Like the back of it up against the wall?
No, as in the back of my head, and there was the table right there.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the back of the table. I'm sorry.
No, the back of my head, his table. Okay. So from there, a lot of it was a blur because I hit my head.
I got you.
I just remember certain pieces here and there. I remember Gannon running and like jumping on the guy who I thought at the time was the carpet guy, and I thought we were about to get robbed. I just remember bits and pieces like that, trying to push him off, and all I remember now that I sit back and remember, like, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again. It was a very calm conversation with Gannon and this person. I just remember him asking questions, the same questions he asked me, they were talking about. And I don't, who do you have me on speakerphone with? Because I know you do.
What are you talking about, Tisha?
Who's listening to my conversation?
Me and you. I'm trying to figure out, like I told you the whole time, the truth. I just want the truth.
Okay, so during that time, I heard that same thing that Gannon asked me about knowing his mommy. Why do you think I've been adamant about you saying to you, oh my God, there's a piece that we're not putting together, that we're not missing, there's something different. I don't know how to put it all together, but Gannon knew something about something. And all I kept hearing him say was, do you know where Uncle Matt is at? I don't even know who Uncle Matt is.
Yeah, I never heard it. The only Matt I know of is, what's her name? Your sister.
Well, that would be his uncle, and he wouldn't know him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why when you said that 20 minutes ago or whatever, I just like, I had never heard no Uncle Matt, so.
When I woke up and like out of this state of confusion, going crazy, whatever was going on, I remember Gannon saying he will be back later.
Okay. Like Uncle Matt saying he'd be back later?
Gannon said he would be back later.
Oh, Gannon said, okay, all right.
So in my mind, I'm like, did I really like what the fuck just went on? Okay. Hit my head twice, had to fight off some dude that I explained to them and gave them a description of the whole entire time. Okay. I have been adamant about this and about finding this person.
Is that the Mexican guy you were talking, you told me about, the Mexican guy?
He was dark skinned, and I say Mexican because I assume
Tisha, you just said she. You mean he was dark skinned?
I never said she, I said he.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. It sounded like you said she. I'm hearing things again. I'm sorry.
Mexican guy, okay? I gave him the description of that, but to me, dark skinned, I mean, their own stepfather could look Mexican.
Are you talking about Mike?
Right, and at the time, it wasn't Mike, obviously, but in that time frame, I'm trying to figure out, first, is this real life? Because I was totally, completely in shock what was going on. I thought we were going to get robbed. I thought they were about to take everything. I thought someone was trying to hurt Gannon. I hit the head. I didn't really know back and forth what to do. I was a little bit out of it. I'm not even going to lie.
All throughout it. And just so the record's clear, you're using a pointer to point out looks like in the middle of the shoe where there's a crease. You're saying there's some discoloration there?
Correct.
Is that the area that you swab with regards to the right bottom of the shoe?
Correct. Right up in this area here.
And if you would resume your seat, there's a brown envelope marked 246. I believe it's going to be on your right-hand side. Do you see that?
Uh, 246. Okay, there we go.
246. You got that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 246?
It states that it's one package of 2 swabs from women's black and white Nike shoes.
And is that the swab that you took from this shoe?
Yes, it is.
And how do you know that?
Because I placed it into this envelope, and it was later taken to evidence and then inputted into evidence by Detective Perry.
And you need to open that up to know that that's what's in that envelope.
No.
Now, at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 246.
Defense? Exhibit 246 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We can now publish 247, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 247?
This appears to be the other shoe, and also has the pink residue and various indentations on the shoe.
In 248? What do we see in 248?
This is the heel of the shoe, and again, there's more pink residue in all of the low areas and indentations of the shoe.
And did you swab those areas with regards to this shoe as well?
Correct.
And now we're talking about the bottom of the left shoe.
Yes.
And if there's another brown envelope, hopefully it's still there, 249.
Correct.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 249?
It states it's one package of 2 swabs for women's black and white Nike shoes.
And are those the swabs you took from the shoes we just looked at?
Yes.
And you need to open that envelope to see that those are the swabs.
No.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 249.
Mr. Cook?
Objection.
Exhibit 249 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We can go to 250 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 250?
This was a pink towel that was in the washer next to or underneath where the shoes were at.
And was that the only thing that was in the washer at the time?
Yes, it was.
We can go to 251, please. What do we see in 251?
Again, this is the pink towel that was inside of the washer.
Did you notice any red discoloration on that towel or anything suspicious with regards to that towel?
Me personally, no, I did not.
Are you just annotating that there's one towel in the washer and you're taking a picture of it?
Correct.
Now I'd like you to look at the next series of photographs that are in front of you. They haven't been admitted yet. They're going to be in front of you. There's 252 through 258, and then 260 and 261. Have you had a chance to look at those photographs?
Yes, I have.
And what are those photographs of?
Those photographs are the beginning of those are in the family room in the basement, which is an area of the carpet that had been cut out. There's also appeared to be burn marks on the couch. The other photographs are of the trash cans, which are in the backyard of the residence.
And what about 260 and 261? Are those close-ups of the trash cans?
Yes, they are.
And do all those photographs accurately depict the items you said they depict from January 28th, 2020, from 6627 basement area and then the outside area where the trash cans?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit People's Exhibits 252 through 258, 260, and 261.
Mr. Cook?
No objection to those being admitted.
Exhibits 258 through, or I'm sorry, 252 through 258 and 260 and 261 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. We're going to publish 252 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 252?
This is the couch downstairs in the family room. There was actually some carpet that was covering us up, and when we moved it, 'cause it wasn't actually tacked down or anything, this is what we found, that it appeared to be an area that had burnt through. The carpet had been cut out, and then this is the padding under the carpet that appeared to have been melted down to the concrete, which is what the white part is here. The areas over here on the couch appeared to have melted through the couch liner cover, and appeared to possibly be a waxy substance that was left on there.
And prior to going to the residence on January 28th, 2020, did you have any information about a candle being fallen over and causing the fire?
Initial information from the sergeant on scene, that information had been passed over or passed to him from the office, that there had possibly been a fire in the basement caused by a candle.
And is that why you're documenting, taking photos of this area?
Yes, it is.
And did you bring that dog with you?
No.
Did you tell him to pose there or something, or just
No,
happenstance?
he was photogenic that day.
Okay. People's Exhibit 253. What do we see in People's Exhibit 253?
This is the couch, and this is the waxy substance that we noticed on the couch. These are holes within the fabric on the couch itself, as well as down through here with that wax substance as well.
254. What do we see in 254?
This is approximately a 2 foot by 2 foot square of the carpet that was cut out. This is the padding underneath that carpet that had appeared to be either burned or melted through, and this is the bare concrete on the floor, and this appears to be a section that was burned.
And when you're there on the 28th, can you smell anything?
No, I could not.
Did it smell like this fire had been recent, or you have noted that in your report?
I didn't smell anything at that point.
And based on what you're seeing here, was it consistent with a candle falling over and burning right through the carpet, through the pad, and to the concrete?
Based on what I saw there, yes.
And did you make efforts to find, for instance, this piece of carpet that had been burned?
Yes, we did.
So we can go to People's Exhibit 255 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 255?
These are trash cans that were in the backyard on the side of the house.
And so, just for the jury's benefit, would it have been on the, which side direction-wise, north, south, east, west?
Trying to remember, I believe it would be east, but it's been a while since I've been out there.
Okay. We can go to People's Exhibit 256. What do we see in People's Exhibit 256?
This is a trash bag that was on top of one of the trash cans, and on the top of it, when we first opened it, this appears to be melted part of the carpet and the padding that was also taken out from underneath.
And so would this be in the backyard of that residence?
Yes.
Is it fenced in completely?
Yes, it is, with a 6 foot privacy fence.
And was there a gate with a padlock on it just on the other side of this?
Yes, there was.
So we can go to People's Exhibit 257. What do we see in 257?
This is a approximately 2 foot by 2 foot square of carpet that was pulled from that trash can. And on that carpet, this was a burned area with what I believe to be possibly a wax substance. This is actually a hole burnt through the carpet itself.
And 258? What do we see in People's Exhibit 258?
Same piece of carpet, just a little bit closer up shot. This is the hole that was burned through the carpet, and then there's more red substance that appeared to be part of the wax or whatever substance had melted onto the carpet.
You want to maybe approach a witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 259. You can recognize 259.
Yes, I do.
What is People's Exhibit 259?
This is the piece of carpet that's pictured in that photograph.
And does it actually, does it look like as it did when you packaged it back on January 28th, 2020?
Yes, it does.
To admit People's Exhibit 259?
Mr. Cook, Exhibit 259 will be admitted.
Request that Detective Farrell publish that for the jury so the jury can see it. You wouldn't mind just standing out here and just holding it up so the jury can see what we're talking about? You may want to Yeah, just walk over here to these guys. Can we publish People's Exhibit 260 now, please? What do we see in People's Exhibit 260?
Hold on, you've already, 260 was the photograph.
260 and 261, I believe, are in. I admitted
They
those. Okay.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yep. So what do we see in People's Exhibit 260?
This is the second trash can, and in this trash can is a candle that was on top of the trash can.
In People's Exhibit 261?
That's the candle that we pulled out of that trash can.
And was there anything inside the candle when you pulled it out?
Right inside of here, it appeared to be some sort of fabric. Unsure of what it was, as it didn't appear to match the carpet or the couch.
What?
And there's a brown paper bag in front of you that's labeled People's Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it.
What is that?
That's the candle.
You need gloves to open that.
If I was to open it, yes.
Doesn't sound like you want to open it.
Not particularly.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is what's in 262 the same thing we see in the photograph 261?
Yes, it is.
Would you need to open that to know that it's in the same general condition, or is it still sealed as it was when you packaged it?
It's still sealed.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 262 at this time.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 262 will be admitted.
Why don't we go ahead and open it? I'll get you some gloves, okay? There's a box right there. Might have to approach here just to move some of the items
That's
out of the
fine.
way.
Okay, so he's gonna open this evidence right here. This is interesting.
Go ahead and open them up, please. Okay, for the record, you pulled out an item from that exhibit, and what is that?
This is the candle that was in the photograph.
Just hold that up high so everybody in the jury can see that. And looking inside the candle, is that cloth material still in there?
Yes, it is.
You know what that is by looking at it now?
It looks like it possibly might be a sock.
Go ahead and repackage that the best you can, and I'll help you out with it.
Why is there a sock in there?
You may.
Did you also go into Gannon's bedroom to do a search?
Yes, I did.
And what did you note when you went into Gannon's bedroom, if anything?
The bedroom seemed to be very clean. There was not a whole lot out of place that I noticed in the bedroom. The only thing of note that I noticed at that point was on the inside handle of the bedroom door, there was a brown smear on the handle.
Could you smell anything when you went into Gannon's room?
Myself, no.
And what do you say yourself? Did someone else smell something?
Detective Vigil, Peter Vigil smelled and told me.
Sustained.
Detective Vigil is going to be up next. Okay, we'll cover that with him. In
Hearsay.
front of you, there's some photographs 263 through 270. Can you take a look at those? You had a chance to do that?
Yes, I have.
And what are People's Exhibit 263 through 270?
These are pictures of Gannon's bedroom.
And do they accurately depict Gannon's bedroom as it looked back on January 28th, 2020?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit 263 through 270.
Mr. Cook?
Not if the candle, true crime dime, not if the candle was a coconut scented
263
candle.
to 270 will be admitted.
Request to publish 263.
You may go ahead.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 263?
So this is the far left corner of the bedroom, and this is the bed that was in there that was, we believe to be Gannon's bed.
And this photograph would have been taken on January 28th, 2020.
Yes, it was.
About 264. What do we see here?
This is the mattress from Gannon's bed, with the blankets and sheets taken off of it.
And why did you take the blankets and sheets off the bed?
Brace yourselves, guys, because there could be some
Based
images
on,
of blood.
One of the other detectives took it off just to see if there was anything of note on the mattress itself.
265. What do we see on 265?
There's a discoloration on the far back left corner of the mattress here. We were unsure of what it was at that point.
Oh
And were
my
you again
God.
receiving information from the sheriff's office as to what people were saying about Gannon and being interviewed?
Correct. We had received some information that he did have issues with sometimes having accidents using the restroom in the bath in the bed.
Now, as you're going through the house on January 28th and you're in Gannon's bedroom and you see this red substance on his mattress, did you have any idea of what had happened to Gannon at that point?
Not at that point, no.
You can go to People's Exhibit 264 or 266, I'm sorry. What do we see in 266?
This is the edge of the mattress with it just flipped up. This is what we saw in the prior picture, and then this is the side of it that faced toward the wall.
So that side of it would have been on the wall where we see the plug back in the background.
That is correct.
Go to 267.
It's so
What do we see on
sad.
267.
Here we noticed there was some sort of spot here that we weren't sure what it was, but we decided to photograph it.
268. Is that a
So-
close-up of what we saw in 267?
Yes, it is.
And someone's using a ruler to demonstrate?
Yes, it is.
269. What do we see on 269?
So this is the inside of Gannon's door. When we got there, the door was actually open all the way to the wall. When I looked behind the door and opened it to see if there was anything back here, I noticed this brown smear on the handle right here.
270. What do we see in 270?
This again is the door handle with the brown smear right here.
Now, by the time you're in Gannon's bedroom on the 28th, had you received any information as to the version of events the defendant was giving as to what took place in this house?
From what I understood, I wasn't given everything. Most of that was going through the sergeants. We had a lot of moving pieces. But from what I understood is we were starting to get some conflicting stories about what had happened.
When you started your search, did you start your search as looking for a kid who may be a runaway or missing versus something else by the time you ended your search?
Yes, we did.
In front of you, you have some more photographs. We have 271 through 272. Do you see those?
I think you misspoke. You only referenced two.
Yeah, just 271, 272. We're going to get to the other ones in a sec.
Oh, he was just looking through a lot of photographs, so okay.
It's so
Do you
shitty
have 270
of
271 and 272?
Letitia.
What are those photographs of?
These are photographs of firearms that I located.
Because
in
all of
the
these
bedroom
things about
closet.
Gannon,
And did you,
these,
why did you
these
document those
humiliating
photographs?
details about him having
Just because there
bowel
something
control
seemed off. We
issues
couldn't
and
put a
things
finger
of that
on what was-
nature
what was
coming to
wrong or
light.
What we were seeing
They would
exactly.
never,
But
if she would
something
just have
seemed
pled
off. So
guilty.
Anytime we run across firearms and we don't know what's going on, we generally try to document them.
And do those photos accurately depict those firearms as you saw them on January 28th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit 271 and 272.
Mr. Cook? 271 and 272 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Request to publish 271, please.
May, go ahead.
So where was this gun that we see in 271 located?
I believe this one, I don't remember exactly whether it was under the bed or in the closet on this one. In the master bedroom, though.
And what kind of gun is that, do you know?
That's a shotgun.
And 272? What do we see in 272?
This is a shotgun as well, and this is an AR style short barrel rifle. Or AR pistol, actually.
And where were these guns located?
These were located in the master bedroom closet.
And did you find any handguns in that residence on the 28th?
I did not know.
We can take that down, thanks. I now want to turn your attention to January 29th of 2020. Were you at the sheriff's office when the defendant, Ms. Stauch, was supposed to come down and be interviewed?
Yes, I was.
And were you there when in fact she did show up?
Yes, I was.
You have an opportunity to go out and see what vehicle she came to the sheriff's office in.
Yes, I did. I went out to the parking garage and located her vehicle on the first floor of the parking garage.
And what kind of vehicle was that?
That is a Volkswagen Tiguan SUV.
And did you notice anything unusual about the vehicle when you located it?
When we located it, the vehicle was actually still dripping water off of it, like it had just been washed. There was no rain. It was completely dry outside. So that struck us as very odd.
And why was that odd?
We've been trying, from what I understand, the other detectives have been trying to get her to come in for an interview for quite some time. And then when she showed up with a vehicle, it's freshly washed.
And did you photograph that vehicle?
I did not, another detective did.
Were you there when it was photographed, and would you recognize those photographs if you saw them?
Yes, I was.
I'll have you take a look at People's Exhibit 273 through 276. Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, I have.
And what are those photographs of?
These are the photographs of the vehicle that I found that Ms. Stauch drove to the office.
And do they actually depict the car as you saw it back then with water on it and parked in the garage?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit 273 through 276.
Mr. Cook?
No objection.
Exhibits 273 through 276 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We'll publish 273, please. Can you kind of point out in People's Exhibit 273 with your pointer what we see here?
This is the vehicle. It's parked nose first into the parking space. And you can notice on, kind of hard on this one, but you can notice the water spots in several areas as well as water that was dripping down off the vehicle in several areas. It'd only been there for less than 5 minutes by the time I got there.
Now, when you went and saw this vehicle for the first time, did you have a camera on you?
I believe the other detective had to go back in and get a camera.
So it took some time to get the camera and come back out before we actually took the photos.
Yes.
Right. If we can go to 274 now. What do we see in 274?
This is the hood of the vehicle with water drops still all over the top of the hood.
In 275?
This is the top of the vehicle that as the vehicle dried, I noticed the top was still covered in dirt and dust.
Was it apparent that whoever washed the vehicle didn't wash the top part of the vehicle?
That's correct.
And did you notice that right away when you saw the vehicle?
Once it started to dry, yes.
In 276. What do we see in 276?
This is just a picture taken from the back to include all the dirt and dust that was on top of the vehicle.
Now, were you able to get inside that vehicle right away?
We did not know.
Did you have to get a search warrant to eventually get in and search that vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Did you search that or someone else searched that?
I was there when it was searched by the FBI's evidence recovery team.
Do you know whether or not the inside of the back storage area, the luggage area, had that been washed out?
Unsure of whether it had been washed out, but they didn't find really much of anything in the back.
Yeah, I was just sitting here
I now want to
thinking,
turn your
I
attention
hope that she
to,
changes her
January
plea, but
30th
she won't.
30th of 2020. Were you part of a surveillance team that was watching the defendant and her daughter Harley Hunt?
Yes, I was.
You see the defendant, Letitia Stauch, in the courtroom.
I do.
Point her out and describe what she's wearing.
She's in that corner over there wearing, it looks like a light pink sweater or shirt.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Why were you guys going out to conduct surveillance on the defendant and her daughter?
At that point, more information had been gathered that were making the lead detectives on the case a little more suspicious about what was going on. We weren't able to determine exactly what had happened yet, but we were concerned based on her actions and how she was reacting that there might be something more than what we knew at that point.
Well, when you say suspicious, were you aware whether or not the defendant had been taken to Memorial Hospital for what's called a SANE examination?
I was vaguely aware, yes.
Were you aware that she gave a statement and said that she was raped?
Yes, I was.
It makes sense that she would then be taken for a SANE examination after that statement.
Yes, it would.
Were you aware that she left the hospital?
I believe they had told us that she had left, but I wasn't involved with that, so I wasn't for sure of. I didn't know all the details on that.
Yeah, she
Is that
took
part of
off
the reason why you were
before they
conducting
could conduct the
surveillance?
SANE exam.
Because she now became a person of interest, so to speak.
Yeah, it was at that point where I was advised they were actually writing and seeking a search warrant to collect the cell phone of Harley as well as her vehicle.
So talk to the jury about the surveillance. What did you see happen? Did you follow them anywhere and things like that?
We were at a residence down near, not too far actually from the house where they had been staying. We were all in unmarked vehicles. Her and Harley got in the vehicle. They drove around town for quite some time. We followed them. We had numerous vehicles that were following them so that they wouldn't know we were there. They ending up in a parking lot up in the area of Woodman and North Academy is where they stopped, and they went into a store there.
But this store would have been the Marshalls over there?
Yes, it would.
And so what happened when they went in the store? What did the surveillance people do?
So we had undercover officers as well that were in plain clothes that followed them into the store and were maintaining eyes on them to see where the cell phone was.
Now, in the meantime, were others drafting warrants for Harley's white Jetta and Harley Hunt's cell phone?
Yes, they were. And while they were in the store, I was advised by Sergeant Abishan that the warrants had been signed for the vehicle and for the cell phone. And I was ordered to seize them.
And what does that mean when you're ordered to seize something?
We take the vehicle, impound it to our evidence facility. We take the cell phone and place it into evidence. And then we would seek a warrant to then get the contents of that cell phone.
So what happens, let's start with what happens when the defendant comes out of the Marshalls?
So the defendant came out of the Marshalls by herself. While inside of the Marshalls, we were getting reports from the undercover agents that both her and Harley were both using the cell phone while we were in there. They lost sight of them in the store, so they didn't know who had the cell phone at that point. Ms. Stauch come out of the store by herself, walking toward the vehicle. We had determined that we didn't want to let her get back in the vehicle because that becomes much more dangerous for the public when they're in control of a heavy object like that. So it was determined that we would stop her prior to getting to that vehicle to prevent her from entering it and then it turning into something more. As she walked down toward the vehicle, one of the undercover officers from our Vice Narcotics and Intelligence Unit at that point got a thrower vest on with sheriff and big white letters in the front of the vest, pulled in between her and the white Jetta and stepped out of the vehicle. As soon as he stepped out, I was pulling my vehicle in between her and the store to prevent her from getting back in the store. As soon as she saw him, she turned and bolted north through the parking lot and actually passed my vehicle.
Was this Sergeant Ganstein that got out of his vehicle?
Yes, it was.
And when you say she turned around and bolted, what did she do?
She took off running at a full sprint, and he was chasing her through the parking lot.
Wow.
So what did you do when you saw that?
I threw my car in the park, jumped out, started giving her commands, started following her, chasing her through the parking lot, and she was ignoring my commands at that point.
How were you
Wow.
dressed that day?
I was in a khaki pants, a black polo that has my name on it, as well as a badge on the left side, and I also had my badge on my belt as well,
And you wear that why?
to be readily identifiable as law enforcement.
And did she acknowledge you as she ran by you? Did she look at you?
No, she did not.
And so what did you do next as
Wow,
she ran
bro.
by you?
As she was running toward another store, I drew my firearm and gave her commands again. She turned her head, and when she saw the firearm, she stopped and started complying with commands.
When you say she saw the firearm, did she look directly at your firearm?
She looked directly back at me over her shoulder, and when she saw it, she stopped.
Wow, bro.
So how
Lady.
soon after you drew your firearm did she stop?
Almost immediately.
Say anything as you drew your firearm?
I was giving her commands to stop at the sheriff's office. Once she stopped, then I gave her commands to get down on the ground, and essentially had her lay on her stomach until Sergeant Ganstein was able to get there and then place her in the handcuffs.
Was the game plan to arrest her at that point?
No, it was not, and I informed her of that.
Why'd you draw your gun?
At that point, I had no idea what she was doing or what she was planning on where she was going. She was headed toward a crowded building. We didn't know if she had the cell phone. And at that point, we believed something had happened to Gannon. We just didn't know what. And we believed she was the person of interest in that.
Was it unusual for someone under those circumstances to bolt once they see a police officer?
Yes, it is.
Was it unusual for them to stop once they see you draw your fire?
No, it's not.
Why is that?
Generally, when people see a law enforcement officer draw their firearm and point it at them, they in most cases, obey commands at that point.
Think she would have stopped if you didn't draw your fire?
No, I don't.
Sustained. Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
Well, why'd you draw your firearm?
To get her to stop.
Based on your interaction with Miss Stauch out there at Marshall's parking lot, did she seem to understand what you were saying to her? For instance, when you placed her in handcuffs and things like that.
Yes, she did.
Did she acknowledge you as a police officer?
Yes.
After you drew your firearm, did she obey your commands?
Yes, she did.
And did you have to calm her down at all?
I explained to her once we got her in handcuffs, we stood her up and I explained to her she's not under arrest. She's just being detained. We had a search warrant to seize the cell phone and the car. And at that point, she acknowledged and then she didn't say another word to me at that point.
What happened when Harley came out of anything?
She started yelling over toward Harley as other officers escorted Harley out of the store.
What was she yelling? And when you say she, you're referring to the defendant?
Yes, I am.
What was she saying?
From my best recollection, she was shouting, "Don't tell them anything."
And did Harley tell you anything?
I did not speak with Harley at all.
Do you know if she spoke to anybody?
I'm unsure. I don't think she did.
Wow. And how shitty is it that she could spare her daughter of even having to testify if she just changed her plea to guilty, or if she would have pled guilty in the first
Did you
place?
go back and assist in a search of the 6627 Mandan Drive on February 3rd, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Was this a more thorough search now?
Yes, it was.
Were members of the crime lab there as well to collect evidence?
Yes, they were.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Back on March 9th of 2020.
Thank you, Team Brittany.
did
5
you have an
memberships.
opportunity to review some video
Harry,
surveillance
Supergirl,
from a Walmart in Trinidad, Colorado.
Molly Go
That
Bully,
was dated February 1st, 2020.
Yes, I did.
Sam
And why
2.
were you reviewing that?
I was advised that the video had been collected as the defendant had been caught on video going into the store purchasing something, and they wanted to confirm whether or not it was her.
And were you able to confirm whether or not you saw the defendant in that surveillance video dated February 1st, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And what was she doing?
She went into the store, walked around, looked at a few things, picked up something near the electronics department, checked out there. And then she walked out the front doors, stopped. They checked her bag and her receipt, and then she walked out, got into the vehicle outside, and they left.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Hi, Detective. How are you?
Good, sir.
My name is Will Cook, and I represent the defendant, Letitia Stauch.
This guy. Stauch, bro. Like, how do you still not know your client's name, guy? Like, you're in week 2, bro. Like, seriously?
The Nike tennis shoes that we saw in the exhibits from the laundry room at the Mandan Drive house, did you actually take swab samples of the underside of the shoes at where the pink staining was?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you take samples, are we talking about a Q-tip swab?
It's a pair of sterile Q-tip swabs that are used.
Okay. And I take it you have gloves on, and then you put the, I don't know what you would call it, the used Q-tips or the Q-tip swabs that have been already used to sample, you put them in an envelope or something secure. So
After we swab whatever we're swabbing with those, we put them back into the open package that they came out of, and then those go into a manila envelope, which is then sealed.
okay. Why do you put them back into the manila envelope and seal those?
Because we only use them to sample one item.
Okay. And you want to have a pure sample or an uncontaminated sample, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you put those in and you took the samples, what were these samples eventually tested for, if anything?
I'm unaware of that. I wasn't the one that submitted them.
Okay. Could these samples have been tested for DNA, blood, poisons? I mean, it's a whole host of things that they could have been tested for, correct?
Those options are out there, yes.
Okay. Who makes the decision on what testing is done on a sample that was taken?
Generally, the lead detective on the case.
Okay.
In conjunction with the lab.
Who was the overall lead detective on this case with Gannon Stauch?
You're on a blank on her name right now. She's no longer with us.
Oh, no. I believe it was Bethel. Wasn't Bethel the name?
It's Detective Bethel.
Detective
Yeah,
Bethel.
okay.
Okay. And was she the lead detective from beginning to end of this case?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you state she's no longer with us. Does that mean she's no longer with the El Paso County, Colorado Sheriff's Office?
Correct. She's no longer employed by us.
Oh, okay.
Is she still working?
I was
in
like,
law
she died?
enforcement, or do you even know?
I have no idea.
Okay. So she's the lead detective. I know there's sergeants, lieutenants that have been endorsed and have testified already. Sergeants and lieutenants are above even the detective, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So even above Detective Bethel, who was the overall leader of this investigation?
Overseeing it from the office in conjunction with her at that time was Lieutenant Mahalko.
Okay. So this lieutenant was the overall in charge person.
In conjunction with Detective Bethel, yes.
Okay. Now, before you went out to the house on Mandan Drive, on January 28th, you said you went out there about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Before you went out there, you had already done some work. You had interviewed a Braden Gilliland, an Andrew Conant, Conant, and a Peyton Cerrillos, Cerrillos.
See, none of this shit
Is that
matters.
correct?
He's just trying to confuse the
Okay.
jury.
And also, just within a few hours of you going out to Mandan Drive on that date, you also interviewed Genevicia Gagan. First name is Jennavecia. Last name is Gagan, Gaygan.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at that point, after you had interviewed these individuals, you went to Gannon's house.
Sometime later, yes.
Okay.
Cherry's like, she's the grudge bitch. Cherry talking like she's ever seen a movie in her life. Cherry's never seen a movie, y'all.
So you told
Just so y'all know.
Mr. Young during direct examination.
I told her yesterday
that
there was this
you
thing called
had
movies,
some
by the way.
baseline of information that you had received when you went on the 28th.
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, the day before on January 27th, there had been at least 3 El Paso County Sheriff's deputies that had gone through the house and did a search, and they were looking for Gannon.
What we were informed is they had taken a case for runaway as they'd been called out there. And they had done a walkthrough on the house, which is pretty standard because kids like to sometimes go in places and hide where their parents can't find them. And then that's why we check those areas.
Okay. And as a detective, I see you're in a suit and tie. Do you ever wear a uniform? Or since you're a detective, do you wear plain clothes?
Generally plain clothes or the khaki pants and black shirt. Polo.
Okay. Okay. Do you ever wear a body
Cherry,
camera?
don't brag.
At
You
that
were
time,
the
we were
star
not
in that
issued
movie.
them, no.
Okay. Have you been issued a body camera now?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you wear it with your plain clothes?
I do with the khakis and polo. Yes.
Okay.
You were the star and I was the director.
Now you assisted in surveillance of Letitia Stauch and her daughter Harley Hunt. Is that what your testimony was earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was the address where that was done?
Where it started, I'd have to refer to my report. I don't remember the exact number or street.
Okay. And you were working with Sergeant Christopher Ganstein?
He was one of them, yes.
He was one of them. Was he the one leading this surveillance?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
Waste of time this is. Like, what the fuck is this guy getting at?
he's, at that time was with V&I?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and what does V&I mean?
Vice, Narcotics, and Intelligence.
Okay. Were you part of V&I at that time, or are you part of V&I now?
I was not, and I am not now.
Okay. So ultimately, you understood the purpose of this was to get Harley Hunt's phone, which there was a warrant, correct?
Yes.
Oh
and
my
to
God.
get the white Jetta and impound it, which there was a warrant for that Harley Hunt had been driving, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. What else were you supposed to do, or were those the 2 main tasks?
Those are the 2 main tasks.
Okay. If you were outside this residence where the Jetta was, and you had Harley Hunt and Miss Stauch both come out and sit in the car, why didn't you just stop the situation then, or light them up and go and seize the phone in the car at that point? Why go through this big rigmarole of driving around, following them, having people in a Marshall store, you know,
It's called surveillance,
letting them get
asshole.
out into public. Why do that?
We didn't have a search warrant yet signed by a judge.
Okay. And when did the search warrant come through?
I don't know the exact time. I was informed when we were at the Marshalls and I was sitting outside prior to Letitia Stauch exiting the door. I was advised by Sergeant Abishan that the warrant had been signed, and that's when I was directed to collect the items.
Okay. Now, Letitia Stauch was a suspect or a person of interest at this time, wasn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And her daughter, Harley Hunt, was a suspect or a person of interest also at this time, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And in
Oh,
fact,
man,
the
I'm in
warrants
trouble.
were only for items that belonged to Harley Hunt, her cell phone and her vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. On that date that you were describing, you weren't out there collecting, you weren't out to arrest Letitia Stauch, and you weren't out to seize any evidence of hers or any items of hers, correct?
Correct.
That's exactly what he's doing, Morning Dove.
On January 31st, you assisted in the execution of a search warrant for a Kia Rio. Can you tell the jury what a Kia Rio is?
It's a small sedan.
Okay, so it's an automobile.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, a rented automobile.
And you searched this vehicle, correct?
I did not. The FBI's evidence response or recovery team searched the vehicle.
Okay. But there was evidence that was collected from the search of this vehicle.
Yes, there was.
Okay. And you actually entered the evidence seized from this Kia Rio into the El Paso County Sheriff's evidence facility, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And it looks like it was a few items, a Kia Rio engine air filter, one, a Kia Rio cabin air filter, one, swab of passenger side rear headrest, soil debris from driver's side rear wheel well, swab from interior driver's side rear door handle. So it looked like there were different swabs that were taken from, I'm not going to go over everything that was taken, but it looks like there was swabs taken from different parts of the vehicle and trace evidence quadrant E, D, C, B, and A. Do you recall logging that evidence at the sheriff's office?
Yes, I do.
Okay. On February 1st of 2020, you did some follow-up on a 2016 Nissan Frontier pickup truck, correct?
Yes, I did.
And was it your information that that pickup truck had been seized or taken in from the Mandan Drive evidence address and actually was registered to Al Stauch?
He actually drove it to the evidence facility and turned it in.
Okay, so he turned it in, but
Nice.
your information was that it did in fact belong to him. He owned it and it was registered to him.
Yes.
Okay. And you entered into evidence information that was collected from this vehicle. It looks like you took in some 4 trace evidence filters, 2 cabin air filters from the Nissan Frontier, an engine air filter from the Frontier, swabs from different spots of the truck bed. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different swabs from different locations in the Frontier truck bed were taken in, and other trace evidence. Is that correct?
So yes.
Okay. Do you know if Harley Hunt was handcuffed inside the store?
I don't know.
Okay. It said in your report, your information was that she was detained, though.
Yes.
Okay. And when you say detained, a person that's detained by police, while they may not be under arrest, they can't just walk away, can they?
That's correct.
Okay. And
Does it matter?
were you equipped with a taser at the time of this incident where you drew your firearm?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Exactly. Relevance.
Could we approach?
All right.
Exactly. Good job, prosecution. What is the point? What does it matter? Of course she's detained. They had a warrant for her phone. They had a warrant for Harley's phone. So, of course, they detained her. Are you ready to behave now, Cherry?
You object? Sorry. The objection is sustained.
Objection sustained. I love it. What is your point, dude? $20 old, I'd say, give or take.
Mr. Young asked you about evidence that was collected from a Walmart in Trinidad that you reviewed on March the 9th of 2020, correct?
Oh, I thought you meant at this time today.
Did you collect the evidence from the
17 at the
Walmart
time.
in Trinidad?
I did not.
Okay, but you reviewed it all.
Yes, I did.
Okay. You took screenshots of the video. It looks like in your report you indicated the video you were reviewing from Walmart, you did take screenshots.
I'd have to review my report. I don't recall that.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
May I approach?
You may.
Detective, you want to look at that and see if it can refresh your recollection. Near the bottom. Is that a copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
See on the first page.
Sit your ass down, Cherry. Sit down.
After you 2020, did you take screenshots of the video from Walmart that you reviewed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What specifically does that mean you took screenshots? You just shoot it with your iPhone, or what are we talking? Is there a specific device you use to take screenshots of videos, or what?
It was on my computer where I was reviewing the video.
Okay. And what did you do with these screenshots?
They were put on a document and attached with that supplement.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
That's all I have. Thank you, Detective.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Burrow? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. before you call your next witness, let's everybody stand and take a stretch. I saw a juror doing that while we were having the bench conference, and it looked like a really good idea. Okay. Right, call your next witness, please.
We'll call Detective Peter B.
His name again?
Vigil.
Vigil. All right. Detective Vigil, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, sir, please. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Detective Pete Vigil. My last name is spelled Vigil.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
13 years.
And have you been a detective all those 13 years?
About the last 3.
Back in January of 2020, what was your role?
I just transferred to the SVU unit of the Investigations Division.
And were you asked to go out to 6627 Mandan Drive on January 28th of 2020 to assist in a search of that residence?
I was.
About what time did you get there? Do you recall?
I don't. It was dark.
Who was there when you got there?
When I got there, it was the house. The first time I went to the house, there was me and another detective, and the house was off, and we were just told to contact people inside the house if anyone was there.
You're very, very soft-spoken, so you may want to just pull that microphone closer to you a little bit.
There we go.
Is that better?
Is it better for you?
It is.
All right.
Thank you. Did you have issues with getting into the house when you got there?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So me and my partner, we knocked on the door, made several loud announcements to see if anyone would come out. No one came out. So then I decided just to sit outside and see if anyone would show up to the house or if anyone would come out and maybe just didn't hear us. Some moments later, we saw lights come on and the garage opened up, and then we contacted the people that were in the garage.
And who did you contact in the garage?
Haley and Liana.
Was it Lena
Yes, Lena.
and Haley Hunt? Harley Hunt, I'm sorry.
Yes, Harley Hunt. Sorry.
You got me saying Haley.
All right.
So Harley Hunt and Lena are in the garage. Did you say, what's going on? Why didn't you open the door?
I did, but I don't remember what they said to me.
Okay. Did you eventually go in and search the house with, was it Detective Farrell with you as well?
Yeah.
And was there another detective?
Yeah, there were several of us.
Was that Detective Arndt?
Yes.
Okay. Is that who your partner was when you were trying to get in the house initially?
Yes.
So what I want to do is focus in on Gannon's bedroom and that search of the house, okay? Did you go into his bedroom?
Yes.
Did you notice any smells when you went into his bedroom?
Yeah, like an ammonia bleach smell.
And what did that mean to you?
Cleaning supplies. It's like it was being cleaned. We've all.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Did you see cleaning supplies in his bedroom?
No. Just
Where was, I'm sorry, my fault. Where was the smell coming from?
So the light switch was when I was originally told to take pictures of the house once we first got there. So I took pictures of the entire house. When I got there and I was at the threshold of his doorway, that's when I started smelling it. And then I started smelling in more obvious areas. There was a light switch. And then when I entered the room, the smell got stronger as I would get into the room.
And did you eventually look at his mattress of his bed, Gannon's mattress?
Yes.
And did you see what appeared to be blood on his mattress?
There was a stain on the mattress.
And did you swab that stain?
Yes.
And did you swab different areas of that particular stain?
Yes.
If I may approach, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 278 and 687. Get there for now, but have you look at these. Let's start with 278. What is 278?
278 is a package of 2 swabs from the bed on the east wall.
And is that the swabs that you took from that mattress that had, was it blood or what? What did you think it was?
I didn't know what it was at the time.
Okay.
I don't think any of us did. So we swabbed him to send it off for testing.
All right. So does that contain the swabs, at least of the portion of the mattress that you did on January 28th, 2020?
Yes.
And is that package still sealed?
Yes.
Do you need to open it to see if the swabs are in there?
No.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 278.
No objection.
278 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now let's go to People's Exhibit 687. What is People's Exhibit 687?
Swabs from 2 additional swabs from the bed located on the east.
Is that the same mattress, Gannon's mattress that you swabbed on January 28, 2020?
Yes.
Do you need to open that package to see if those swabs are in there?
No.
Move to admit 687.
No objection.
687 will also be admitted.
I handed you a picture, or at least I put it on your chair there, People's Exhibit 277. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
What is that picture of?
The storage room in the basement of the address.
And did you take that picture?
Yes.
And is that accurately depict the storage room as you saw it on January 28, 2020?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 277.
No objection.
277 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd request to publish People's Exhibit 312, which is already in evidence.
Go ahead.
Detective Vigil. Sorry, it's been a long afternoon.
True crime dime because it takes time to build a case to present to a court, such as this.
January 27th of 2020. Do you recognize the storage room in this still?
It's the same storage room, but it wasn't like that when I took a picture of it.
What do you mean?
That it's been altered or someone was going through it and moved boxes.
Were the boxes stacked up like that on January 28, 2020 when you went and took photographs?
No.
If we can now go to People's Exhibit 277. You may have to mute it, Your Honor, so we can get 277 on there.
Turn off the screen for just.
Oh, got it.
Thank you.
It's ready.
Okay, we can unmute it. Thanks.
Good. All right.
So is this what that same area looked like on January 28th, 2020, the next night when you were there?
Yes.
The boxes aren't stacked up as high?
Correct.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Vigil? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. We would call Spencer Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Come up a little farther. It's all right. Right there's good. You swear from the testimony about to give this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Have you ever testified before?
No.
We couldn't tell. I'm kidding. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Spencer Wilson, Spencer. Wilson, Wilson. I am a reporter with CBS 4.
All right. That's what I was going to ask you next. I want to jump back even prior to now. What kind of training education do you have that allows you to be a news reporter?
I have a degree from the University of Missouri in
Ooh, this is the guy who interviewed
and
Letitia with her
10
back
plus years of
turned.
experience as a television reporter.
I've never had the opportunity to do this before as a Jayhawk. I have to say rock chalk to a Missouri grad.
I will just say MIZ and leave it at that.
I've been dying to know what this guy was thinking this whole time.
Back in January of 2020, who were you working for then?
KKTV 11 News.
What was your job assignment in that time period?
I was a multimedia journalist, which just means that I'm a cameraman as well as a reporter at the same time. So one-man band.
Was
Yeah,
it
this is
common for
totally
you
him.
to
I
cover
recognize his
stories in
face.
the, Pikes Peak region, Colorado Springs, El Paso County?
Very common, yes.
As a part of your job, would you sometimes interview people out in the community?
Yes.
How many interviews do you think you had done at that time of your career?
Thousands.
On camera interviews?
Yes.
Thousands? Did you start to, at some point, cover the Gannon Stauch case?
I did.
How did your coverage start in that case?
It was kind of bouncing around between different reporters. Eventually, one day I was put on the story, and I can't remember if it was the very first day or if it was the second day I was doing the story, but I was out there and made contact with Letitia Stauch.
Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. Was there anything odd about you making contact or the way the contact unfolded for you?
Yes, I can remember it
Of
very
course
clearly.
there
I
was.
was on the sidewalk. We were just covering a search that day in the neighborhood. And there was a big moving truck and also a car pulling out of the neighborhood. And somebody rolled down their window and started to chastise me for coverage, being out there and reporting on
What?
stuff, and questioned the way that I was telling the story. That person was Letitia Stauch. And
Of course
I
it was.
realized that. And I said, well, if you got such a problem with this, why don't we go talk about it?
Yep.
So when this, you described two vehicles. What you said was a moving truck. Was this like a van, like a utility van?
Yeah.
And then the other vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
No better description than just a standard car.
Okay.
Not like a
This
truck,
dude's a
not
Jeep.
SUV, little car.
Which vehicle was the defendant in when the window rolled down and there was words said towards you?
The car in the front, the moving car was behind them. She was not in that car.
So she was in the actual vehicle,
That is correct.
passenger vehicle.
Mm.
What seat was she in?
Oh gosh, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, that's fine.
I believe driver's seat, but I don't feel super clear on that.
Was it immediately apparent to you that the person that was saying these words to you was Letitia Stauch?
No, it took about 5 seconds. And since I had been keeping tabs on the case and the social media along with it, a lot of people were talking about her at the time. And then when it did click, I had this moment of, oh gosh, this is the people everyone's trying to talk to.
What was her demeanor like when she did that?
Angry, I guess is the best way to put it.
Wow.
She was not excited that I was there. She was not excited to see other members of the media there. There was a lot of people down there covering the story. And
Like
just
somebody
the words she said to
consistent
me,
with wanting to
basically,
find
"You're
their
doing this wrong."
stepchild.
Okay. And so then that's when you make this arrangement to go talk somewhere else. Did you in fact do that?
That's correct. I offered to do an interview. She mulled it over for a quick second. There was some conversation in the car. Eventually she said, okay, we'll give this a shot. And I said, being the reporter I was for that station, I don't want everybody else to have this at the same time. So let's go somewhere else. And she agreed that it would be a spectacle if we were to do it right there. So we drove to a construction lot, maybe half a mile away.
Okay. And just for contextual reference, was this on January 31st, 2020?
Correct.
So roughly, I guess, 4 days after Gannon was first reported missing to the police?
That's correct.
So tell us, how do you go about setting up doing an on-camera interview in a general sense? And then how did you do it in this case?
Generally, I will talk to the person beforehand, kind of give them an explanation of what's about to happen. This is all while I'm handing them a remote microphone that will then clip onto some part of their body somewhere. And then I begin by asking them to say and spell their full name and explain who they are to the story. That's fairly standard practice. I think almost every reporter does that ever. The difference on this story was a part of the circumstances where Letitia was willing to talk to me was in the event that she did not have to show her face. And so I try to get creative because I desperately wanted to have this interview, but at the same time, I could not show her face, which is difficult for TV because we have to show things. I came up with the idea if she looked away from the camera and if I looked towards it, you could still see the conversation happening. That being said, you would not see her face.
This
Let's
dude's
talk a little
awesome.
bit about this microphone that you just described that would click on somebody's clothing. does it have a wire that goes to some sort of little control box that is somehow then wirelessly connected to your camera?
That's correct.
No, Meep.
Is it
did
typical that
not.
that control box to that microphone would stay with the person while that microphone is attached to them?
That's correct.
If a person walked away from the camera to a different area or, proximity wise, would the camera still pick up on anything that that microphone is picking up on?
That's correct.
Did that happen in this case?
Yes.
Was it odd to you as a reporter that had done thousands of interviews that Letitia was asking you to do this interview but not have her face facing the camera?
Not entirely so. It did make it an unusual situation, but there are some instances where people ask to not have their face shown. We'll sometimes shoot somebody's hands as video when we're talking to them. And considering the nature of this interview where she was hesitant to do it in the first place, I was more willing to accept the terms of that agreement.
Did the fact that you were able to do this interview, was that a good get for you as this news cycle was developing?
My newsroom was ecstatic, yes.
Did you play along with what the defendant was telling you during this interview to keep her talking?
As a part of that training you mentioned at the University of Missouri, it is told to us that in order to have a conversation with someone, you cannot agree with what they're saying, but you do need to keep them continuing what they're saying. That is why, as you're nodding right now, I would nod along with whatever was being said. That doesn't necessarily mean I was agreeing to anything. It was meaning that I needed her to keep saying things.
Okay. And you did that in this particular case as well?
That's correct.
All right. Was there a portion of this interview where she asked you actually to redo a portion of it?
That's correct.
Tell the jury about that circumstance.
Towards the end of our interview, after we had had a couple different conversations, I was also, mind you, the cameraman in this instance too. So I'd have to stop and walk behind the camera, hit stop, hit start if we needed to redo things. I think we cut it maybe 2 or 3 times, took breaks, came back on. At the very end, this was the thing that was the most interesting to me and why I remember it so much is that I asked, is there anything that you would want to say to Gannon? In this interview, she had told me that she believed he was coming home. She said yes, gave her statement, and I said, okay, we got it. And then she said, what if we did that one more time?
Yep, I knew it.
Sure, whatever you want. So I went back, turned the camera back on, but this time she was crying when she was not crying the first time, and her demeanor completely changed. It went basically from, I can't wait till you're home, everyone's going to see that I'm not lying, they owe me an apology, to, I will not mimic someone crying, but she was very upset in the second part, which took a second to happen.
Based on the things that you were hearing coming from the defendant, Letitia Stauch in this case, during that interview, did it seem that she was more focused on how she was being perceived publicly as opposed to helping find Gannon?
Absolutely. I talked to neighbors who were more concerned for Gannon.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 334?
You may.
I don't know who's doing this. Mr. Wilson, I'm holding a disc, People's Exhibit 334. Do you recognize this disc?
I do.
Why do you recognize it?
I just watched it in the other room.
So did you initial or put your signature on it and today's date?
That's correct.
The contents of this disc, is it basically a file of that interview?
That's correct.
Is it fair and accurate representation of your interview?
Yes.
I move for admission of Exhibit 334.
No objection. Exhibit 334 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Okay, guys. Now we've seen this interview a bunch. I've gone over this interview multiple times. They're still all up.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Even back when it happened. So there's a lot of suspicious behavior in that, and he's confirming this suspicious behavior.
I am Tisha Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared
Red
from
flag.
the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do
Wow.
these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and in doing the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And could I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them.
He
I was
gave her an
told
out.
because they were
She could
blocking
have
the
just
door, and
left
I was
it
told
at
I
the death
couldn't. And
threats.
if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't complying or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives. And so I'm not, you know, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, you know, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it.
Wow.
And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
And
they were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know if it was a law enforcement officer?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got to, like, who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping, because we
What
didn't
about
have
the
any
part
clothes
where
because
you
all of our
ran?
clothes were here. We came here and got clothes, you know, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, you know, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. You know, they could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just going to check your shot. Doing great. I want to make sure that we're still going to record.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sounds like we're good. Every once in a while, my mic will be out, and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the search.
Oh yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. We've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we could protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, at the same time, sometimes it just, but then people blaming you? Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And, you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have
She
two
corrected
dogs,
herself to
and
speak in a
he was
past
always like
tense.
the person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? You don't. That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter up here? Because she can go and say that, you know, she came home from work after the hike and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. If she doesn't want to, that's okay, but you're allowed to say that.
I think she's gonna crack, man. Like she does not want to be in that courtroom.
Yes,
I think
need
she's
Harley.
gonna crack at some point.
I need Harley because they want you to verify was Gannon at home after the hike. Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work.
Wow.
No, just answer the question. Yes, you came home from work and you can verify Gannon was at home.
There you go. Lead her. Good, nice.
I told her she didn't have to be too in depth because she is still, you know, a child. But I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Gannon.
Sure.
Does she need to hold this?
No.
Yes, so I came home later that evening. I was at work and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Oh, yes. Okay. I guess when
And then we ate Burger King afterwards. So, you know.
there you go.
Yeah.
And then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house. And then it was just, I'm off to go to play at a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to like comment on that anymore. And for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And, you know, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that. And that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give, I'm not gonna say that part.
That's okay.
Never mind. I could take that out.
I understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
legal stuff. Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope am I on camera now?
You are
okay.
still.
Okay.
Smart.
I think that a lot of people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But to me, it's okay that they think those things because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Gannon or any of the children in our home because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There was even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher. And they just didn't know that. Like we moved on a military move and I didn't finish out my contract. So I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity.
You
know,
can't
or
even
any of those
talk.
things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, you know. And
Do you feel like these are just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing?
it definitely is. And, you know, here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why would you even care like about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like we just should not. We should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens because Gannon's going to come home.
Wow.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened.
Wow.
And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband. We just wanted to add a message to Gannon from my family.
Sucia.
We miss you, and we hope that you come home soon. And Gannon, I can't wait till you can come home and let everyone know that you're okay.
We love you.
Mr. Wilson, it's probably fairly obvious, but the person that you were interviewing there, is she here in the courtroom?
She is.
Will you please
Brought
point
to you
around
by
and
VLC
describe what she's
Media
wearing
Player.
for the jury?
Pink shirt.
You're pointing over to the right-hand side of the courtroom?
That is correct.
Female at defense table?
That's correct.
All right, ask that the record reflect has identified the defendant.
The one trying to hide her face.
Mr. Wilson, did the defendant appear to be of sound mind to you while you were with her?
Yeah.
No, he can give his opinion regarding what he thought about her mental state at the time.
Yes.
Did she seem to be able to answer questions to you logically and give coherent answers?
Yes.
You mentioned that, to your memory, that she was driving the passenger vehicle.
Yes.
Did she seem to be following the rules of the road?
Yes.
Could she stop when she was supposed to stop?
Yes.
Was she driving on the right side of the road as opposed to the left?
That's correct.
During that interview, do you remember, is there a point in time where she's referring to Gannon in the present sense and then she changes it to the past tense?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
We just watched it. But
Okay.
no, sorry.
If we can queue up 5 minutes and 50 seconds, please. We're going to just replay that portion, Judge, because it happens fairly quickly.
She actually corrected herself to refer to him in a past tense.
Approach me, hi, I'm with out of the way. People had ball shut in. That's when we take it.
That child.
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am.
Just so that we're on tracking. So it's paused right now, 5 minutes.
It's when you ask her to talk about Gannon.
Section. Go ahead and play it, please.
Going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon, and I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know it.
Right there.
Gannon is so kind, and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario, and you know, he's always helpful, and he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house, and we have 2 little cute dogs, and he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do?
Was that significant to you that it changed in mid-statement from present sense to past tense? I'm asking his impression of it.
Sustained.
Now I'm going to sustain the objection.
Boom.
The jury can draw their own conclusions about it. I'm not sure that his opinion about it adds any extra relevance.
Okay.
So the objection sustained.
Okay. What about when this interview ended? Did she get back into the driver's seat of that passenger vehicle to drive away?
Yes.
She again appeared to be driving and following the rules of the road.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
Boom.
One of the reasons
Oh, I'm sorry.
that she expressed she didn't want her face to be seen and she had concerns for her safety.
Correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
That's it.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Wilson? Okay, just write it down.
This defense sucks.
And looks like just the one. And counsel approach, please.
Yeah, she went from is to was. Like she corrected herself. To switch to past tense, which is really weird. Like in mid-statement. Oh yeah, the defense knows they don't have a case. They're just doing the bare minimum. Look, this dude's like, I want to go home. Look at him. He's doing some back bends and shit. Yeah, Cherry, probably she would have been better off defending herself, but we wouldn't be. This would be a circus. Like, it's already a circus, but it would be way worse if she was, I mean, God, like, what a nightmare Daryl Brooks was. I figure she'll be somewhere along those lines.
Mr. Wilson, did the defendant stop crying immediately following the interview? Did her demeanor change following the interview?
Yes.
Let me ask those separately so that it's clear.
Interesting.
which one
See, now this is a juror
Did
question,
she stop
people.
crying immediately following the interview?
Quicker than a normal person would stop crying.
And did her demeanor change following the interview?
Yes.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Was the camera shut off immediately after the interview, or was there film that was not shown that would have shown her demeanor afterwards?
Good point.
The relevant pieces of information, the camera was still rolling previous to, or I'm sorry.
Where's that
post-
footage he's going to ask?
That being said, the microphone was removed from Letitia Stauch, and also I left the scene.
So there would have been though video to confirm what you're saying about when she stopped crying.
It would have been outside of the view of the camera. I'm not sure if she had the microphone on at the time.
Okay, and that wasn't played for the jury.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Yeah, I mean, but his testimony is good enough. He has nothing to gain.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our evening recess. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. I know everybody wants to go home and download some sort of Celebrate program so that they can see what's on their phone. You can't do that. You have to decide this case based only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. So if we can have everyone where they need to be tomorrow, we should be able to start right at 9 o'clock. So have a good evening. All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, that's it for the day as far as this hearing goes. Yeah, I've been waiting 3 years for that. I have been waiting 3 years to hear this guy's testimony. I wasn't sure if they were going to call him up to the stand, but I mean, he's a witness, you know. I'm really glad that the jury ended up asking that. Because and the defense did a good job of putting that to question, because they asked, was her demeanor different prior to her wanting to add to the interview where she started crying, and then at the end of the interview did her demeanor change drastically again? And he said yes, but the defense was smart in saying, well, where's the footage of that? You know what I mean? Like, you're going to show all this footage, but where's the footage of what you're talking about? But the thing is this guy is a strong enough witness. If I'm on that jury pool and we're deliberating and I'm talking about that and that comes up, I'm going to be like, well, I mean, why would this guy lie? You know what I mean? I would say that the witness, his testimony is strong enough because, and not just his testimony, but also all of what we saw on the footage. The footage is consistent with anybody saying that. Why was it cut? And she went from saying, you know, she went from going, well, you know, this is what, you know, she went from saying the one thing I want to say to Gannon is, when you come home, I can't wait for you to come home so you could put to rest all of the hate and everything the haters are saying. And then she's like, well, can we do that again? And then she cries. But then according to this witness's testimony, according to that reporter, she went right back to normal right after that. And it's really interesting because I always wondered how that interview came about. And what's weird is I imagined it coming about somewhere along those lines, thinking the worst of this woman. It was not unfair to do so, obviously, because here I am thinking she sought him out more or less and accused him of reporting something terrible. You know, you're spreading lies about me, blah, 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 blah. And then he's like, well, you want to clear it up? I mean, that's the best way to do it. And no, Harley has not testified yet. And that's another thing. Before I get into that, just a quick little recap of what they went over today. Just mostly it was just stuff we already saw in the affidavit, and we had certain witnesses that were detectives that were confirming a lot of the stuff that they saw. We had another detective that was on scene when they tried to execute the warrant for the Volkswagen, for the Tiguan, I believe. It wasn't the Tiguan. The Tiguan they impounded. Wait, I think it was the Tiguan. Sorry. But they were impounding the vehicle because they had a warrant for it and Harley's phone. So, as far as that goes, it was the same story, except this detective says that he actually pulled his firearm and got Letitia to stop after she took off in a quote unquote full sprint, running away. So there was a lot of stuff there. It was tough at the beginning of this. The first thing that they went over was the medical examiner in Florida, and they went over photographs of Gannon's body. I stopped the visuals of that as quick as I could. I apologize to anybody who had to see that. I did try to catch it as fast as I could. I have no intention whatsoever I had no interest in seeing that myself. I don't imagine any of you would either. And if you are interested in seeing that, you're in the wrong channel, because I have no interest in showing that. I don't think we're not medical examiners and we're not on the jury. It's not necessary for us to see that evidence. He's 11-year-old kid. And seeing that really fucked me up. The rest of the day was mostly just stuff confirming a lot of the stuff that we already knew, just testimony of people who were actually there, and giving their accounts, their personal account of the things that took place that were documented. And then finally, an interesting wrap to the day was having that reporter testify to that interview that he gave, which I thought was exactly what I expected. It's surprising. It was pretty insane that it was as accurate as it was. And I remember going over that so many times and going, man, that guy, he knows she's full of shit. He's just trying to get her to talk, and for this purpose. And here he was taking the stand, showing the interview, giving his personal account of his impression of that interview and how and what took place. And it's pretty amazing. So they're going to be back at it again tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to be here for that. I really appreciate all of you guys joining me today for this. Yeah, you guys are fantastic. All of the I don't know why I have so many likes, but those of you who actually did hit the like, I appreciate it. And those new subscribers, thank you so much for subscribing. And again, we're going to go over this trial as long as it lasts, as long as it goes. I've been waiting a long time to see Gannon get justice. I know a lot of you have too, and I really appreciate this being the channel that you guys come to see that happen. So thank you guys so much. I will see you guys tomorrow. So I love you, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.